Graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks, with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on barrel. Out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. My name is Jason Joseph, and this, of course, is Play-by-Play with JJ. Make sure you guys hit the thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button as well, and turn on the notification bell icons too, and that way you would know when we do go live. A couple of things I wanted to say. First and foremost, thank you so much for all of you who showed up to our 48 hours of streaming 2 days ago, and of course yesterday. We did 48 hours of streaming nonstop. It was a lot of fun, and we raised so far over $3,500, which I'm really happy about. The fundraising campaign is still going to continue throughout the weekend, and of course it's going to end on Sunday. Once Sunday is done, you will not be able to donate anymore. But if you guys do want to donate, you're more than welcome to do so. We're honoring my brother Mitchell, who had familial dysautonomia and passed away in 2020. And so far, it's been an incredible tribute. So thank you to everybody that has donated, everybody that has spreaded the word. It really means the world to me, and we are going to continue to honor him this weekend. But I had such a blast, and I'm still obviously aching. I am, with all the jumping jacks, with all the squats that we've done, but it's honestly probably one of the best things that I've ever done, and honestly, it's been one of my, if not my proudest moment that I've had in a very long time. So with that, if you guys do want to donate, you most certainly can. You can donate via YouTube, or you can also donate to the website as well. I'm posting the link to that down below in the chat. So definitely keep spreading the word. Keep telling friends and family members, as we are continuing to do that this weekend, and it'll end on Sunday. So yes, thank you again for everybody that has donated, everybody that has posted on the social medias, and other people that have been able to just spread the word. It really means the world to me. Best week of my life as far as streaming goes, definitely 1,000%. All right, so let's talk about this Philadelphia Phillies game. This really is a game where Don Mattingly is going up against his former ball club that he managed, and how can the Phillies do with Don Mattingly still at the head of the helm? They're 3-0 under Don Mattingly. They swept the San Francisco Giants. Can they keep the momentum up? Trey Turner is not in the lineup today. The Phillies lineup, we'll get into that in about a couple of seconds or so, but it is a little bit different, and I am actually really excited to see how this lineup does tonight against the Miami Marlins. With that, I also want to talk a little bit about the pitching matchup tonight too, because Zach Wheeler is on the bump. Wheeler this year, a 3.6 ERA, and his only outing that he pitched in on April 25th, he did go 5 innings. He allowed 2 earned runs, 3 walks, and he also struck out 6. I thought that he looked really good. I thought that his command was great. I also was really comfortable with what he was able to do out there on the mound. He was attacking the strike zone, and he was getting into batters' heads, and it looked really good. You knew that he wasn't going to throw 6-7 shutout innings. That's just not what it was going to be like. He has to find his rhythm, and he had to get back into his groove, and that was something that was really important for sure. So I expect tonight that he's going to have a little bit longer of a leash. He had 84 pitches in his last game. I'm expecting more between 90 to 95 tonight, and I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up going 6 innings and allows just 1 earned run. But let me know what you guys think down below about that. Do you think Zach Wheeler is going to have himself another really good outing for the Philadelphia Phillies? Let me know down below in the comments section. As far as who they're facing on the other side of the mound, the guy that's going to be on the other side is Eury Perez. Eury this year has not necessarily been, he's had his on days and he's had his off days. I'll put it to you that way. In his last game that he pitched against the Giants, he got rocked. He really did. 5 1/3. He allowed 4 earned runs, 2 homers in that game, 2 walks as well. He did strike out 6 batters, but he just was very shaky, especially towards the end of his outing. He started off doing well in the first 4 innings, but then in the 5th inning, he got into a little bit of trouble, allowing a homer to Gilbert, and then in the 6th, he gave up the homer to Schmidt. The 2-run homer to Schmidt, the RBI single to Patrick Bailey, and he just really lost his command. So how will the Phillies do against him tonight? Can they put up patient at-bats? Can they work up the pitch count? Those are going to be the things that I'm going to be looking for, but I'd like to hear what your thoughts are about that down below. Yes, continue to like, continue to subscribe to the channel as well. We are 159 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers, which is really awesome. There's Don Mattingly giving a little tip of the cap over to the Marlins dugout. That's nice. There you go. Good stuff. All right. Thank you all again so much for being on here. I want to say hello to everybody in the chat. Cool J is here. Lou is here. JJ, I'm impressed with all the exercise. You're getting in good shape. Thank you so much, Lou. I really appreciate you. I hope that the niece is okay. I hope that your sister's doing okay, and I hope that you're doing well too, my friend. Yes. Okay. So let's talk about this game. All right, and also let's make sure that we get our 3D graphic updated right now. Where is that? There it is. Good stuff. Okay, so as far as the lineup goes tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies, so the Phillies will have Kyle Schwarber leading things off. No Trey Turner tonight, by the way. Kyle Schwarber is DHing. Then you got Bryce Harper over at first. You got Adolis Garcia playing out in right field. And then you also have Brandon Marsh playing out in left field as well. Edmundo Sosa is going to be playing over at shortstop this evening. And then you got Bryson Stott, who is over at second base, And then you got Alec Boehm playing over at third base. He'll be batting 7th. 8th is going to be Justin Crawford. He's playing out in center field. And 9th is going to be Rafael Marchand. Once again, Zach Wheeler is going to be on the bump tonight for the Philadelphia Phillies. So again, the Phillies lineup, it's Schwarber DHing. It's Harper over at first. It's Adolis Garcia out in right field. Brandon Marsh out in left field. Edmundo Sosa is over at shortstop. Bryson Stott is over at second base. And then you got Alec Boehm, who is playing out at third. Justin Crawford in center. And Rafael Marchand catching. And that is the 1 through 9 lineup for the Philadelphia Phillies. The Marlins defense, it'll be this. On the bump, pitching for Miami is Eury Perez. And then you got the catcher, Liam Hicks. He's behind the plate. Over at first base, Christopher Morel. He's playing over at first tonight. And then you got Xavier Edwards at second base. At third, it's Javier Sanoja. And at shortstop, it's Otto Lopez. Out in left field, from left to right, it'll be Kyle Stowers in left. Out in center field, it's Jacob Marcy. And in right field, it's Owen Casey. Eury Perez, 6 games this year, and a 4.60 ERA as well. And this is a guy who has a four-seamer, a slider, a sweeper, a changeup, and a curveball that he mainly does throw. Four-seamer, he's thrown about at 53.8% of the time. Batters are hitting 188 against the sweeper, but 270 against the four-seamer, which is really not good. And the slider, they're hitting 250 off of that too, so that's pretty high. and we'll see how the Phillies do tonight. They like to hit the fastball, and hopefully they'll be able to attack Yuri Perez and make him feel very uncomfortable. So there's the Marlins in their dark black, blue, and white uniforms. They got the black and the blues over on the top and the white bottoms. And the Phillies have their gray tops, gray bottoms with Phillies text painted across the chest, blue stars above the eye. And the last names on the back painted in red, and the numbers as well on the back side too in red as well. There's Don Mattingly, former skipper of the Miami Marlins, who is on the Philadelphia Phillies. Took on over for Rob Thompson. So he's the interim manager for Philadelphia. And up to bat to lead things off will be Kyle Schwarber. Final score predictions. Let me know down below. You're a good brother and just an all-around good man. I really appreciate you so much. We had so much fun doing our stream. I'll talk obviously a little bit more about it in just a little bit, but here we go. We're underway. First pitch, and that's going to be outside for a ball. So it's 1 ball and no strikes to Kyle Schwarber. I had such a blast. I really did, and I want to continue to honor him this weekend. And then, just be able to be happy with what I did. Next pitch is going to be in there for a strike. So it's 1-1. Perez gets set and fires. Swing and a miss. That was a fastball, and Schwarber could not catch up to it. Kyle Schwarber had a heck of a day yesterday. I mean, in Game 2 of that doubleheader, he was a triple away from the cycle. He went 4 for 4 in that game. He also had a homer in both the first and the second game of the doubleheader. So he's starting to really hit the ball well. 1-2 pitch. They try to appeal. No swing. And the count is 2-2 to King Kyle. Schwarber against Perez, 0 for 3. 2-2 pitch. And that ball is fouled out of the glove of Liam Hicks. And Schwarber stays alive. I hope Turner's not hurt. He did well over the last couple of games. I guess Sosa plays. Alec Boehm should be benched a few games as Herman hurts. What's going on, Herman? How you doing? The 2-2 pitch to Schwarber. Swing and a miss. And Kyle Schwarber is down on strikes. And there's 1 gone. And Bryce Harper is going to come on up next. Harper in his career against Perez, 1 for 2 with an RBI and a walk as well. Yuri in his last year, had a 7-6 record in 20 games started. His ERA was at a 4.25. This year it's at a 4.6 in 6 games so far. Harper in the box takes the first pitch for a called strike. He has his Fanatic elbow guard on, his red sleeve on his bottom hand. 0-1. That's down and in for a ball. White batting gloves, blue on the fingertips. Always bringing in the flashy style. 1 ball, 1 strike, and the pitch to Harper, swing and a miss. Couldn't catch up to the off-speed pitch right there. And therefore the count is now 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes to Harper, and the pitch grounded over towards the right side. Second baseman has it, throws it over to first, and there is out number 2. Did we just get a donation? Did we just get a donation? Anonymous with a 5. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Anonymous with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I'm going to make sure that I keep this open because, again, on my activity feed, it doesn't always show these types of things on OBS. The pitch. And that is going to be fouled back towards the screen. Beautiful. Thank you so much. King DJ, what's going on? How you doing, my guy? Good to see everybody on here. Let's go. The ball is 1 strike to Adolis Garcia. And the pitch to Garcia. And that's taken at the knees for a called strike. The crew chief for tonight's game. As far as things go in this game, you got Mark Wagner as the home plate umpire. Carlos Torres at first. Nate Tomlinson, he's at second. And Bruce Dreckman is at third. 0-2. And that's down for a ball. Final score predictions? I'm finally home from the hospital and rehab stays since Thanksgiving. Glad to be witnessing this winning streak as well as the Flyers and the 76ers. When it is bad, it is bad. But when it is great, oh my gosh. It's the most beautiful thing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Garcia steps on out of the box. It's so funny because we were not feeling this way 2 weeks ago. Let alone last week. And boy, have the vibes changed. 2-2 to Garcia. Line drive, base hit out to left field. That ball was really high. And Adolis Garcia slaps a single out to left field. And he goes over to first base and gets on with a 2-out single. Let's go. Okay. So here's my question to you, chat. As we read our final score prediction, 6-4 Phillies, 5-3 Phillies, 8-2 Phillies, says Stuffs. Says Stuffist Smites 03. What's going on, Stuffist Smites? How you doing? What's going on? Here's Brandon Marsh and the pitch. And that's fouled over towards the left side. What letter grade would you give Adolis Garcia so far? With how Adolis Garcia has played this year, what letter grade would you give Adolis Garcia? 0-1 pitch. And that is outside and high for a ball. One ball, 1 strike. The pitch. And that's outside for ball 2. We've raised over $3,500. It's pretty good. Keep those donos coming. Keep spreading the word. And keep telling people as our campaign ends on Sunday. 2-1. Foul ball. And we'll do it again. So on YouTube, we've gotten over 2,300. On the website, it's 900. I have to make sure I do the math correctly. We've gotten, $3,700 so far. We are $1,300 away from SpongeBob. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 to Marsh. And this is popped up out over towards the right side. Edwards says that he has it. Out in shallow right field. And the catch is made as he calls off Owen Casey. And there is out number 3. So the Phillies are going to go to the bottom of the first. Marlins are going to come on up to bat. No score out at Lone Depot Park. JJ, you survived. We survived. And not only did we survive, but we're here. We're here. I mean, you know, like, we show up. We definitely show up. I'm sure that some of y'all were like, you just did a 40-hour stream. Like, are you coming on today? Absolutely, I am. Absolutely. 4-2 Marlins. 5-3 Marlins. Here are the letter grades that people have said for Adolis Garcia. I see B's. I see C's. I see B, 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 B plus, C. Adolis Garcia, D. If you gave him, I'm not telling you that you're wrong, but if you gave him a C or lower, is it because Dave Dombrowski signed him? Or is it just because you don't think that he's been performing at a high level? Or is it both? Again, I'm not saying that you're wrong. Has he not exceeded your expectations? Like, I'm just curious. I'm just curious. I'd like to know, though. All right, the lineup for the Miami Marlins. They have Jacob Marcy leading things off. He'll be out in center field. Kyle Stowers is out in left field. And then you got Otto Lopez, who's batting third, playing over at short. At second base, it's Xavier Edwards, and he's batting cleanup. Batting fifth is Liam Hicks. He's catching behind the plate. Agustin Ramirez is going to be DHing. Then you got Owen Casey out in right field. He'll be batting seventh. Christopher Morel is batting eighth. He's playing over at first. And last but not least, Javier Sanoja is playing over at third. Zach Wheeler on the bump. And the first pitch from Wheeler is fired for a strike on the outside edge. Adolis Garcia should be a 40-homer and 100 RBI guy. Interesting. The ball is one strike in the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. Do you guys agree with that? Do you guys agree with that statement from Fuqua? Rise and Rhino, what's going on, my friend? How are you doing? Good to see you. The ball is two strikes in the 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Marcy also lost the bat as well. Not only did he lose the battle, but he also lost the bat. And there's one away. That bat went flying further than that baseball did. Obviously it flew further away because the ball went into the glove of the catcher, and the bat went on into the netting. But the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss from Kyle Stowers, who's batting .229 so far to start off the season. JJ's a real gamer. Iron Man. I try, man. I try. I'm just me, though. Just me. 0-1 pitch. And this is skied out over towards left center field. Marsh says, I got it. And he does. And he'll make the grab. So 2 up, 2 down. A strikeout and a fly out to left from Zach Wheeler. Rafael Marchand is his catcher. Over at first, it's Bryce Harper. At second, it's Bryson Stott. Then you got Edmundo Sosa at short. Alec Bohm is over at third. And in the outfield, it's Marsh, Crawford, and Garcia from left to right. Lopez is going to come on up to the plate. What a season he's had so far offensively. And he'll stare at a strike on the inside edge. Otto Lopez batting .322. He's driven in 12 runs so far. And also has 3 homers as well. No balls, 1 strike. And the next pitch is taken down for a ball. He has also scored 20 runs in 118 at-bats as well. The 1-1 pitch. And that ball is grounded over towards the third base side, but it is a foul ball. I actually think that it got a little piece of Lopez. And Bohm acted like he was playing it as if that did not happen. Compared to how he was in Texas, he's not doing the race, but he's definitely heating up, says Stuff Smites. I hear you. Shane with a 5. Thank you so much, Shane. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and the 1-2, and that's in the dirt for ball 2. Shane, thank you so much for the 5. Keep hitting that thumbs up button and keep subscribing to the channel. I don't like this new update that they have on YouTube with the likes, where it's in the more section. I'm not a big fan of that so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 8 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 2-2 pitch, line drive, foul ball towards the right side. Shane, thank you so much for the 5. I appreciate it. Lydia, what's going on? What is going on? Got to keep those bats burning hot. 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the first. Wheeler kicks, steals, and that's down for ball 3. If you have not hit the subscribe button, what are you guys waiting for? Subscribing to the channel is free. And it definitely does help push more content. Phillies content, baseball content, any content. 3-2 pitch, and that's a towering fly ball hit out over towards deep center field. Crawford goes back towards the track, can't make the catch, bounces off his glove, and it goes onto the lawn. It's a home run. Justin Crawford could not make the catch out in center field. It popped out of the glove, it hit the leather, and it went over the fence. And it's a 1-0 ball game. Not a good pitch thrown by Zach Wheeler, and Crawford just could not catch that ball. He had to go back towards the track, and looking at the replay here as the pitch was right down the pike. Crawford went back, leaped up at the wall. It bounced out of his glove, and then just went on over the fence. That would have been a double, but, well, there's a home run to give the Marlins a 1-0 lead. Now, the Phillies, I believe, are going to review this because they want to see if that ball hit the wall first. Did the ball hit the wall first, and then did it hit his glove? It was ruled as a home run, and that's a little bit weird. I think that it hit the wall first, and then it hit his glove, and then it went over the fence. Now, if that's the case, that's a ground rule double. But this should be a quick review here. That ball was absolutely smoked, though. So we'll see what they say. As Crawford was going back towards the wall, he tried to catch it, but the question, and it hit his glove. The ruling was that it hit his glove first, and then it went over the fence out onto the lawn. But the question is, when the ball was hit out over to center field, did it hit the wall first and then hit his glove? Because if that's the case, the rule for that is a ground rule double. Here we go. They're saying that the ball hit the wall first, and then it hit his glove. So therefore, it's a ground rule double. It's not a home run. Wow. So it was overturned into a ground rule double for Otto Lopez. Interesting. I was looking at it in real time, and I was like, I don't know if that hit the wall first. But then I'm looking at the replay, and I'm like, yeah, it looked like that it did. The pitch, and there's another fly ball. This one's hit out over to right field. It's slicing foul, though, thank goodness. And it'll be a souvenir. Xavier Edwards, another 300 hitter for this Marlins team, batting .336 to be exact in 31 games so far. The ball is one strike. And here's the 0-1, and that misses down for a ball. We are 158 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. One ball and one strike as Wheeler kicks and deals, and the pitch is taken down for ball 2. We've raised $2,305 over on YouTube so far. And the 2-1 pitch is grounded down the first base line, and that is a fair ball, and that's going to go all the way towards the corner. 1 run's going to score, and it is a 1-0 game anyways. Back-to-back doubles hit by Lopez and Edwards. And Edwards puts the Marlins on the board 1-0. So we've raised $2,305 over on YouTube. We've raised over $900 on the website, plus me. So that's $3,700 raised so far. We're less than $1,300 away from SpongeBob. Edwards gets his 7th double of the season. We were started off the inning pitching really well, and just has lost his command a little bit during his last 2 batters that he has had to face. The pitch to Hicks, and that is outside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Wheeler gets set at the letters, kicks, fires, and that ball is fouled. Now to play. Where do we think the Marlins are going to finish in the division? 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th? 1-1 pitch. It's outside and taken for ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 offering, and Hicks is going to pop this one up over towards the third base side. Bohm gives it a look, but it's going to go about 5 rows deep behind the dugout. Came back to the Rays game, and I missed a Yandy Diaz home run to give Tampa Bay a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the 1st. What's up, 46th President of the United States? What's going on? So good to see you. Shout out to you, my guy. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Wheeler kicks, steals, and there's a grounder hit over towards the first base side. Harper has it, flips it back over to Wheeler, who goes to cover the bag, and the inning is over. So, the Marlins are on the board on an Xavier Edwards RBI double, and we're going to go to the 2nd inning, 1-0 Marlins. All right, where do we think that they're going to finish? 3rd in the division, says Bruce. Sinistar says 4th, but if they had better pitching, 2nd. I like that answer. I feel like that's a very fair analysis. They have some really good talent. Like Otto Lopez as a hitter is really good. Xavier Edwards, a really good hitter for them. I like Ramirez. I know that he's been off to not Ramirez. I like Ramirez too, but Heriberto Hernandez, I think, still has a lot of pop in the bat, but I know that he's been off to a cold start so far. I think that they have some nice young pieces. And Javier Sanoja is another one of those speedster types of guys. And Owen Casey has a pretty good bat too. 3. A 3. Nice. A 3. Chris says we're in 4th. But you think that you can finish 3rd in the division? Interesting. All right. So, again, I want to make sure that I mention this. So, yesterday, chat, what we did was we finished up our 48-hour stream. We did a 48-hour fundraising stream to raise money for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation in honor of my brother Mitchell, who passed away and had familial dysautonomia. And we raised over $2,300 on YouTube, and in total we've raised $3,700 so far. So please continue to spread the word. Please keep donating. We did a whole presentation of what FD was. We did a couple. We also showed the documentary that I created on him 6 times. I will post a link to that, so that way you guys can look at it on your own time for those of you who have not seen it. But I do encourage you guys to go check that out because Mitchell really meant a lot to me. And I want to try to encourage other people on this platform to do good things. You know, like I love calling baseball, but I'm a human and I'm an influencer. So I really want to try to create more of a positive influence and try to stand up for things that I believe in. So I feel like that's a really important thing, and I want us to make a difference together. The ball is one strike. And obviously, if you cannot donate, that is completely fine. Just continue to spread the word. I'm not trying to flex or anything, chat, but it was so cool because Urinating Shree came on yesterday, and he donated, and Grassi donated. It was really unbelievable. Caleb came on, and Caleb told them what I was doing, and it was just so cool to just be able to see two people that you look up to on the platform to just be able to donate. I'm very humbled by that, but I'm still trying to process that. 1 ball, 2 strikes as we're in the top of the second. Sosa is hitting .262. Edmundo Sosa in the box, and the 1-2 pitch. This is going to be popped foul and out of play over towards the right side. Mitchell really loved baseball. He was older than me, and he had quite a character. He had quite a personality. He had a lot of severe special needs. Of course, with familial dysautonomia, he was totally tube-fed, and he had very high, very low blood pressure. And I was definitely somebody that obviously had to be a bigger brother for my big brother. That was really important, and that was taught to me at a very young age. The 1-2 pitch on the way is swung on and missed, and there is out number 1 in the top of the second. So Sosa is down on strikes, and Bryson Stott comes on up to the plate, and Stott stares at a called strike at the knees. And so the count is 0-1. It was so cool when Tree and Grassi came on. Dude, I started crying. I don't usually do that, but that was really special. 1 ball, 1 strike. Perez is on the mound. He kicks, he fires, swing and a miss, and that's the Bryson Stott. Ten seconds left on the pitch clock. Perez gets set and fires, and Stott fouls off the next pitch. Bryson hitting .207 so far to start off the season. It seems like he's been hitting the ball a little bit better lately. 1-2 to Stats. And this is going to be fouled and out of play. I know that he did go 0 for 3 in the last game. But he did go 1 for 4, and he had himself a triple and an RBI in game 1 of that doubleheader yesterday. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And here's the 1-2 the Stott. And this is grounded sharply over towards the right side. First baseman has it, picks it up, throws it over, back over to Perez, and it goes off of his glove, the tip of his glove, out over towards the first base rail. And Stott's going to get aboard. That'll be an error. But Stott gets on nonetheless, and he's over at first base. Looked like that Perez was just a little bit late, just getting over to first, and then he... as he was running over to first and the ball was snapped on over to him, it just went over to the tip of his glove, and that's where it bounced off of. They're actually going to call it an E3. Could have been a better throw, too, of course. It's just about half a step in front of Perez. That was Christopher Morel was over at first. Alec Bohm comes up and he's going to line one sharply out over to right field. There to make the catch, though, for out number 2 is Casey, and the throw back over to first is not in time. That guy has a gun out in right field. JJ, how you feeling about Don so far? I can't really say. I mean, we're only 3 games in. I'm happy with that the team is winning, but, you know, you got to let him spread his wings a little bit, and you got to give him a chance. But first impression, it's good. It's just it's a little bit too early for me to give a full analysis on how Don Mattingly has managed this team. But the team is playing better. They swept the Giants. The pitch is in there for a strike. I will tell you, I kind of like the way that he switched up this lineup here. I feel like that's kind of cool. The ball is 1 strike. Crawford in the box. And the 0-1 swing and a miss on a 96-mile-per-hour heater down the pike. It was so cool to see Grassi. And Tree. The documentary was beautiful. It was adorable to see baby JJ. Thanks. Thanks so much, guys. 0-2 is outside for a ball. Here's the throw that's made over to second base. That's not in time. It's going to skip by the shortstop Lopez. Get out over to center, but Stott won't be able to go on over to third. It was really important for me to be able to do that documentary because, again, I really cared about the new nurses that came on in. I really wanted them to see what he was like outside of the house, what he was like walking up the steps. It was important to get a feel for, you know, like who he was outside of just watching movies and outside of his home, you know? The pitch, and that's lined over to first, and that is going to be caught for out number 3. So the inning is done, and we are going to go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Marlins. E3, L9, and L3. Okay. Chat, here's the schedule for the rest of the weekend. I want to make sure that I post this. Okay, so it's going to be a lighter weekend for us. Okay, we're going to try to take it a little bit easier from all the 48 hours that we did. But tomorrow we do have a doubleheader. Tomorrow we are doing the Phillies game, and we are doing Game 7 of Sixers Celtics. And then Sunday we got the Phillies game, and I'm going to leave it at that for now. Just going to leave it at that for now. I'm definitely going to sleep in tonight. I'm very tired. I'm very exhausted, but of course I wanted to be here and I wanted to show up, and I still wanted to do this game because we got baseball. It's that go time, and I'm really happy to be on here. I'm happy to see you guys. We just finished. You know what I just realized? We just finished a fundraising stream this morning. Like, it wasn't even like it was yesterday. I just realized that right now. That's insane. Gosh. But anyhow, yeah. So tomorrow's a Philadelphia doubleheader. And Sunday, we're just going to do the Phillies game. The Sixers are on at 7:30. The Phillies are on at 4:10. Once it hits 7:10, though, I'm done. I'm going right over to the Sixers game. I did want to let you know about that. Agustin Ramirez is going to come on up to the plate. It's a 1-ball, no strike count. Zach Wheeler on the bump. Kicks, fires, and the pitch is outside for a ball. JJ, a doubleheader is not taking it easy. Well, I forgot that that's tomorrow. Why are you tired? 3 balls, no strikes. Bottom of the second. Wheeler kicks, fires, and that's a foul ball. Hey, JJ is a Boston hater from Massachusetts. Wow, that feels weird. That's crazy. I'm cheering on the 76ers to beat the Celtics. What a way to start off a sentence. As a Boston hater from Massachusetts. You don't usually hear that. I'm not making fun of you. You just don't hear that. That's really interesting. Wow. I'm cheering on the 76ers to beat the Celtics so I don't have to hear them in the playoffs anymore. The pitch is taken down for a ball. And so there's a leadoff walk. And Owen Casey is going to come on up to bat for the Fish. And the first pitch that he looks at is on the outside edge for a called strike. So you're telling me that you're tired of 98.5 and 93.7 talking about the Boston Celtics, and you just don't want to hear it anymore on the radio. You're like, I'm tired of them talking about them. I just want them to move on. One ball, one strike. Bottom of the second. Owen Casey up to bat. And the pitch is grounded over to short. And the flip over the second, there's one. The throw over to first. Casey beats out the throw. And it's a 6-4 fielder's choice. Harper's over at first. Stotts at second. At third, it's Bohm. At short, it's Sosa. And from left to right, you got Marsh, Crawford, and Garcia. Christopher Morel comes on up, and he's going to ground one over to short, and the flip back over to second, there's one. That was a really nice play by Edmundo Sosa. And there's out number 2. He's been making some really good plays up the middle. And that was not an easy play, too, because when he was up the middle there, he had to run towards his left side, get the glove on it, and he got it right at the right height, and then he just had to make a side shuffle throw over to, or a toss, that is, over to second base. And Stott kept his foot on the bag and got the out there. The pitch. And that's going to be in there for a called strike. So it's 0-1. Yeah, you only sat around. That's it. Yep. Just sat. The ball is 1 strike. And here's the 0-1. And that is called a strike at the knees. Sixers updates during the Phillies game, of course. Once the Sixers are on, we're doing that whole entire Sixers game. We're not missing that. 0-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, and there's out number 3. We're going to go to the 3rd inning. Miami does have a roof, so even if it does rain tomorrow, they're going to start on time. As we go to the 3rd inning. Now watch, they're not going to start on time because something crazy happens. I might have just jinxed myself. I don't know. But we'll see. All right. Shout-outs time. It's time to give people shout-outs. Tell me, where are you guys tuning on in from? And I will obviously make sure that I highlight your comment in the chat. I want to hear about you. Where are you tapping on in from tonight? Let me know. It's time to give people a shout-out. Once again, thank you, Anonymous, for the donation. And also, wanted to make sure that I thanked my guy, Who was it? Was it Spencer with the 5? Oh my gosh, now I feel so bad. I have it on the list, but I just don't have it in front of me. But thank you so much for those people that have donated. It really means the world to me. Who do we got tuning on in? We got Bangkok, Thailand here. We got Delaware in the chat. Awesome stuff. We got Monroe, Ohio. What's up, Shane? Shane donated $5. Shane, I feel so bad. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I'm writing it down right now. Because again, my activity feed doesn't save this stuff. Shane, thank you so much for the 5. We got Molka Hill in the chat. No, exactly where Molka Hill is. We got Florida in the chat. Let's go. All right, top of the 3rd. And here we go. The pitch is going to be in there for a called strike. Right at the knees. No balls and 1 strike. We got Chattanooga, Tennessee in the chat as well. Carolyn is here. What's up, Carolyn? How you doing? I hope you're having a good night so far. The 0-1 pitch. And that's a foul ball. Jack, what's going on, Jack? Jack from St. Anthony, Texas. Jack, once again, thank you so much for all the donations. I don't know if you saw my jumping jacks that I did last night, but I did them. I definitely did them after the 76ers game was over. I was going to do it whether they won or lost, but we did do all jumping jacks. Thanks to you, my guy. Big shout out to Jack. Jack donated at least $300. 365, I believe it was. Unbelievable. Oh, 2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, and there's out number 1 in the 3rd inning as Perez has 3 strikeouts. We got Nicholas from Las Vegas in the chat as well. Shout out to Nicholas. So the Phillies are down 1-0. Zach Wheeler gave up an RBI double. And Otto Lopez scored. The pitch. Swing and a miss. The jumping jacks were awesome. Bet you were sore. Yeah, we did 1,085 jumping jacks plus the 106. Plus the 520 squats. Plus the leg kicks. Yeah. That was pretty wild. The ball is 1 strike. The pitch. And that swung on and missed. We did it for every run that was scored in Major League Baseball over the last 2 days. When the Sixers game was on, in the back of my mind, I literally said to myself, as there were bases loaded in that final baseball game, I was like, dear God, no. Like, please, like, you know, like, just, you hit a grand slam here. Yeah, I gotta do all of that. Like, please, I'm begging you. And I just had to do 5 jumping jacks for a sac fly. I would have done them anyways, of course. But that was pretty wild. The ball is 2 strikes in the top of the 3rd with 1 out. This is Kyle Schwarber up to bat. 0-2 pitch on the way. Strike 3 called. And there's out number 2. Perez with his 4th strikeout of the game. Back-to-back strikeouts for Yuri Perez. You enjoyed the jumping jacks too. The JJs. That's what they are. They're not jumping jacks, they're JJs. The pitch. That's a foul ball. Had to be creative. Manuel from Camden, New Jersey. What's up, Manuel? What's going on, my guy? Born in the Bronx, New York, but lived in Philly for the last 58 years. Shout out to my guy, Herman. 0-1 pitch, and that is outside and high for a ball. Lydia. What's up, Lydia? Good to see you on here, as always. Eagle Deeds is here. What's going on, Eagle? How you doing? 1 ball, 1 strike, and the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. I love it when my voice just naturally cracks, and I don't even realize it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Harper in the box. The 1-2 pitch on the way, down and in for a ball. They'll try to appeal. He did not go. And the count is 2-2. '24 four-seamers thrown by Perez. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, and Yuri Perez strikes out the side and gets a 1-2-3 inning. Wow. Phillies have just been not able to hit off of him. Time to go to the bottom of the third. All right, quick step off. I will be right back in just a few moments. All right, we're back. We are back. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button as well as we continue on to honor Mitchell this weekend. Please make sure that you guys continue to spread the word and tell your friends, tell your family members about what we are doing. We've raised over $3,700 so far in the span of 2 days. We did it during our 48-hour stream, but this obviously will continue throughout the rest of the weekend. And we are going to go until Sunday. No ads. I don't know if you guys realize this, but throughout the 48 hours and throughout this weekend, I am not getting anything. I'm not getting ad revenue. I don't want any of that. This is something that we're doing for a really good cause. But you guys are getting no ads. I want to make sure that you guys know that. Some of you are probably thinking, well, I didn't get any ads, and that's because it's on purpose. I don't want anybody to get an ad. If you get an ad during the stream, it's definitely not for me. Definitely not. 1 ball, no strikes, and the 1-0, and that's outside for ball 2. That's a cutter that was taken way outside. Jacob Marcy batting for the Marlins. White batting gloves. And the 2-0 pitch, he'll fly this one foul towards the second deck. Two balls, 1 strike. And here's the pitch. And there's a swing and a miss. And the count is now 2-2. You enjoyed watching the jumping jacks? You enjoyed the JJs? Did you enjoy the squats? First, I was thinking, for every home run, I would do 15 squats, and I was like, you know what? I think 10's good. Like we can chill, And I think it was a good amount. 10 squats per homer, I think made a lot of sense. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. And there's a swing and a miss, and Zach Wheeler gets his 3rd strikeout of the game. Drop another chair in the chat for Wheels. Wheels up, baby. Let's go. One gone, bottom of the 3rd. And the pitch on the way. and that is a foul ball. So, yeah, this is what we did, chat. For every run that was hit yesterday and the day before, I did 5 jumping jacks per run. I did 10 squats per homer, and plus however many runs were scored on that homer. So if it was a 2-run homer, 10 squats, 10 jumping jacks. 3-run homer, 10 squats, 15 jumping jacks. And a grand slam was 3 chair raises. This chair is like really heavy. I don't think you guys understand that. It's pretty heavy. So I did 3 chair raises. I did 10 squats and 20 jumping jacks for that. So 1-1, and that's taken for ball 2. And then for every 30 runs, I did 30 leg kicks per foot. And for every 50 runs, I did 50 punches per arm. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch. And the splitter is fouled away. So that's 1,085 jumping jacks plus 106. And then 510 squats. 210 leg kicks and 200 punches. I was really stiff today. 2-2. That's down and in for ball 3. I'll tell you what, though, that burrito tasted so good last night. It was waiting for me. And I was happy that I played the documentary while I went to go eat that burrito. That felt good. Well, actually, sorry, I ate like 2 bites of that, and then I came back on here, and then I was talking, and then I played the interview that I did with Landy, and then I ate it, and it felt really good. Next pitch, swing and a miss, and Stowers is down on strikes. Kyle Stowers goes down again, and there's 2 gone, and now it's Lopez who comes on up to the plate once more. And the pitch is going to be flied out over to right, and underneath it is Garcia. He waits for it, and he will make the grab, and the inning is over. Okay, so we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. 1-0 Marlins. Dr. DeLay says, feel the burn. Is the game still delayed for you? Another voice crack. Is the game still delayed for you? The Pirates are still, or did it get postponed? That's still delayed. Wow. That's crazy. How's Schwarber looking so far? 2 strikeouts. Wait till tomorrow, you'll really feel the burn. Yeah. Well, I definitely woke up sore today, but it was all for the good. Folks, please go subscribe to Dr. DeLay. Dr. DeLay does an incredible job with the Steelers, the Pirates, the Penguins. Don't talk to him about the Penguins or even about the Steelers, especially if you're a Philly fan. But he does an incredible job. He really does. And he covers a lot of Major League Baseball games. He does a lot of football content. That's really what he does on here. But he's a great guy. And, he's one of my brothers on here. And please go show him the love and the support that he deserves because he is fantastic at what he does. And he is a star. So we're going to the 4th inning. Philadelphia could use their stars to be able to provide some production. Right now, they just have 1 hit off of Yuri Perez, and they trail 1-0. Yuri Perez on the bump. The pitch, foul ball. Chat, was there ever a moment where you met an idol of yours and you just, almost lost it in front of them? Have you ever had that? You were trying not to, like, freak out when you saw them. 0-1 pitch. There's a grounder hit over to third, and the throw over to first is in plenty of time for out number 1. That happened to me when I met Ryan Howard. I almost was speechless. 1 out, top of the 4th. 1-0 Fish. And the pitch on the way to Marsh. And there's a fly ball hit out over to right field. That's going to go over the head of Casey. And he's going to throw it over to second base. And Marsh is going to be held to a long single. He made the right decision not to go on over to second there and risk that. Exit velo is at 110. Brandon Marsh has been the best hitter on the Philadelphia Phillies this year. He has. Brandon Marsh. Edmundo Sosa will come on up to the plate for the Philadelphia Phillies with a runner over at first in the pitch. That's a wild pitch, and Marsh is going to maneuver over to second base. He's now in scoring position. Charge! 1 ball, no strikes. And that's to Edmundo Sosa. Marsh leads off over at second. Sosa is in the box. The 1-0 pitch. Foul ball. Over towards behind the plate. And the count is 1-1. Per A's PR, Carlos Cortez. What did they say? Who hit 400 in April, becomes the second player in A's history to hit 400 in April with a minimum of 70 plate appearances. The other player was Ty Cobb. Huh. That's crazy. One ball, 2 strikes. I met Rocky when he was filming in Kensington. Really? Did you actually do that? Yover Alonso, thank you so much for the sub. Here we go. This is going to be popped up out over towards shallow center. Edwards gets under it, waits for it, and makes the grab. And the second out is recorded in the 4th inning. That's so cool. What was that like? That's so sick. Love you too, Lydia. Love you too. Two outs, top of the 4th. Bryson Stott in the box. And Stott takes the pitch outside. I'm Your Worst Nightmare is here. What's going on, I'm Your Worst Nightmare? That's like one of the best names ever on YouTube. It really is. Every time I see you, I always say that. It's such a weird... I don't know why I like it. If you're trying to scare off people, it's good. That was awkward. He had security around him. 2 balls, no strikes. What's wrong with the Phillies? They won 3 in a row. What's wrong with the Phillies? 2 balls, no strikes. The 2-0 pitch. And that's up high and away for ball 3. They just fired Rob. And now they're 3-0 under Don Mattingly. Overall, though, they haven't had the best year, though. But now they're starting to play better. What's going on, RT? How you doing, my guy? 3 balls, no strikes. The 3-0 pitch. That's in there for a called strike. Shout out to you. 3 balls, 1 strike in the top of the 4th. 2 outs. The tying run's over at second. We've raised over $2,400 on YouTube for familial dysautonomia, and the 3-1 pitch is outside for ball 4. What a very weird sentence that was. That was really awkward, but we'll take it. I guess 2 good things. That's awesome. $2,400 on YouTube, so that means that we've raised $3,800 so far. We are now $1,200 away from SpongeBob. This is really incredible. I love that. Here comes Alec Boehm in the pitch, and that is a foul ball. I'm really hoping that I announced everybody's name that donated. Ben, this is JJ. This is Ariel from the Philippines. What's going on, Ariel? How you doing? Don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe as well, chat. The ball is 1 strike, and that's to Alec Boehm. And the pitch, there's a line drive. Base hit out to right center field. 1 run's going to score. The Phillies will tie the game. Boehm gets on with an RBI single, and that puts runners at the corners. Attaboy, Boehm. That went over towards the outside edge of the plate. Charles, thank you so much. Former Philly guys, watch you from Palm Springs. Happily donated to your brother's charity. Keep up the fight. We enjoy your play-by-play. I appreciate you. There's a fly ball. Base hit out to right field. Another run's going to score. Stutt rounds home plate, or rounds third, and scores. And just like that, Crawford stops at second, and Boehm stops at third. 2-1 Phils. That was a hanging curve that he just drilled out to right. It hit the warning track, and the Phillies were able to get themselves another RBI double. The bottom of the order doing damage for the Philadelphia Phillies. Keep the line moving. Thank you so much again, Charles. 46th president watching this on the Marlins broadcast, but let's go Phillies. My guy, shout out to you. I see you on Max Coverage TV's channel a lot. That's my guy. Let's go. And now it's Rafael Marchand's turn to come on up to the plate. Okay, we got ourselves a rally. Charge! Marchand up to bat. Boehm at third. Crawford at second. Phillies trying to add on to their lead. And here's the pitch to Marchand. Swing and a miss on the 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Manny is here. What's going on, Manny? Hopefully you're doing well, my friend. We are 156 subscribers away from 10,000 subscribers. 0-1 pitch, and that is called a ball. Looked like I hit the inside corner. They ended up calling that a strike. He did, and Perez is laughing. Didn't show really any sort of signal. Next pitch to Marchand. That's a foul ball, so it's an 0-2 count. My mistake. The umpire really didn't make a signal there. Wasn't really a blatant signal for a strike on the previous pitch before the foul ball that was just hit by Marchand. There's now 5 seconds left on the pitch clock, and Perez gets set above the belt again, and the 0-2 delivery. Another foul ball from Marchand. Got a good cut there. Justin Crawford, over his last 4 games, is batting .429. And that is courtesy of Jeff Kerr. It was awkward around Rocky. He had security. I'm sure. It's Rocky Balboa. 0-2 pitch, and that's up high for a ball. But I can see why I could see why that's weird, because, you know, it's not like that he's walking around like by himself. I could see that. The 1-2 pitch, and this is going to be fouled back over towards the screen. I'd feel a little bit weird if I had security around me. But obviously, you know, if there ever came a time where that happened, it would have to be, you know, the right decision. But that would be a little bit awkward for me, I'm sure, just to get used to. Or anybody to get used to, really. 1-2 pitch, foul ball. One ball, two strikes. There's two away in the top of the fourth. Marchand waves the bat around. Batting on the left side, switch hitting catcher for the Phillies. And the 1-2 pitch to Marchand. This is skied over towards the backside of the middle infield. And Edwards calls off Lopez, says I got it, and waits for it and makes the grab. The inning is done. The Phillies do get themselves the lead. 2-1 is the ball game. Alec Bohm got an RBI single, and Justin Crawford got an RBI double to give the Phillies a 2-1 advantage as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Good stuff. So, chat, so far, I want to make sure that I get this correct. We've raised $2,400 on YouTube. And in total, we raised over $3,800, which is really awesome. So we need $1,200 more dollars in order for us to do SpongeBob. We are $1,200 away from doing SpongeBob Voices. So Mitchell really loves SpongeBob, and he would watch SpongeBob a lot, and he loves Squidward. He loved Mr. Krabs. So we're going to do SpongeBob voice impersonations for an hour, 15 minutes per character. That's what it's going to be. I actually think I might just do half innings with that. I actually think that would really work out better. Especially if we're doing it for baseball. And then once we get to 7,500, we do Disney Karaoke. That would not be during the game. That would be after the game. And then if we get to $10,000 by the end of the weekend, we get pied in the face. We did a 48-hour stream that ended today. It ended this morning. We started on Wednesday at 9:07. That's when we were first on stream. And we did it nonstop. Zach Wheeler on the bump for the Philadelphia Phillies as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Here's Xavier Edwards, and Edwards takes a sinker on the outside edge for strike one. Quan says, hope I never need security. Simple and quiet life is appreciated for me. The ball is one strike. Wheeler on the bump. Gets the signs from Rafael Marchand. And the 0-1 pitch, grounded towards the right side, picked up by Harper, and he takes it over to the bag and just beats Edwards to the punch. And there's the first out of the fourth. One out, bottom of the fourth. Zach Wheeler comes up, and the pitch is outside for a ball. You know, it was really cool. About a month ago, so I went to Rowan. I went to Rowan University. That's my alma mater. The 1-0 pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. And I still had to go back to some of the speaker events that they have there. And speaking about 4 weeks ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. It was like 2 months ago. Time flies as the 2-0 is fouled off. We were told to bring Phillies gear. And I was like, all right, I should probably go to this. I was thinking that I was going to meet, John Kruk or, somebody that's in the broadcasting side of things or a former player or whatnot. And the 2-1 pitch, and that's outside for ball 3. And it ended up being a guy named Tom Burgoyne. And I don't know if you know who he is if I say that name, but when I tell you Philly Fanatic, that's who he is. He's the Philly Fanatic. And it was so cool. As the next pitch is taken down for ball 3. It was so awesome to be able to meet Tom. Very nice guy. And I had him sign a baseball, of course, but I went up to him afterwards and I talked to him like I do to the other people that I network with and that I meet. And I told him, that he really made a big difference in Mitchell's life. The 3-1 pitch, and that's down and in for ball 4. It actually may have hit the Marlins batter. But regardless, runner over at first base. We'll see what they rule it as. Saying that it's a walk for Liam Hicks. 0-1 pitch. That's down for a ball. Dennis, thank you so much for the sub. And it was really cool because, again, whenever we would go to the games, we'd sit in the Hall of Fame club. And sometimes the Philly Fanatic did come on over, and he would say hi to Mitchell. And Mitchell loved that. Mitchell loved the Philly Fanatic. And I told him personally that he made a difference. And he said, I'm really happy to hear that. And he also said, thanks for sharing. Two balls, one strike. We're in the bottom of the fourth. Wheeler gets set at the Phillies letters. And here's the 2-1 pitch to Ramirez. And that's fouled away. 2-2 now is the count. The 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. And Zach Wheeler gets himself another strikeout. That's his 5th one of the ball game. If you did just subscribe to the channel, let me know down below who just subscribed. I saw that Dennis subscribed. I got a notification that Yover Alonso subscribed as well 16 minutes ago. But if I didn't call your name, please let me know down below. I don't always get the notifications on who subscribes, because you never made your subscriptions public. The pitch to Owen Casey. And that is a foul ball back over towards the screen. So in case you're just tuning on in, Phillies lead at 2-1. They were down 1-0. And Justin Crawford had himself an RBI double. Alec Boehm also had an RBI single. Crawford gave the Phillies the lead. That was in the top of the fourth. 1 ball, 1 strike to Owen Casey. Wheeler's pitch count is at 59. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th, a runner over at first. And the toss back over to first from Zach Wheeler is not in time. What's up, Hoagie? Used to sell seafood at David Morse. Really? He's the mascot for the Marlins? The pitch. And that is up high for ball 2. So you were in the restaurant business, correct? Or am I just putting words into your mouth? 2-1. This is going to be grounded foul over towards the left side. And the count is now 2-2. Brian Reynolds just sent one off the batter's eye in the Pirates game. And it went 443 feet. That's so cool. Anonymous with a 20. Thank you so much. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The next pitch. And that's a foul ball over towards the right side. Worked at Whole Foods. Does it count if I subscribed like a few months ago? Jacob, thank you for subscribing a couple of months ago. I do appreciate you, my guy. I do. 2-2 pitch. And that's inside for ball 3. Oh, but now people are going to be like, well, JJ, I subscribed like 2 years ago. I subscribed a month ago. Where's my extra shout-outs? Shout out to all the subscribers. That's cool. Two to 1 Philadelphia. Bottom of the 4th. 2 outs. A runner over at first. Casey in the batter's box. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Nice splitter thrown by Wheeler. And Casey decided to go after it. And the inning is over. Okay. It's time to go to the top of the 5th inning. Phillies are up 2-1 against the Fish. All right. How we doing on those likes? It is 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. Once again, Anonymous, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate it. We're at 84 likes. We have 281 viewers. Let's get those likes up. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Liking and subscribing to the channel is free. The more likes we get, the more Philly freaks we get, and the more baseball freaks we get as well. We did 48 hours of non-stop streaming on Wednesday and Thursday, all the way up until this morning, and we're still going. We stopped our 48-hour stream, but we're still doing the Phillies. We still got the Sixers and the Phillies tomorrow, too, and we got the Phillies again on Sunday. No other baseball content. And if you just subscribed and if you just hit the thumbs up, drop a 1 down below. Let's go. Star Wars Ladybug, I subbed. What's going on? What's up, Star Wars Ladybug? Good to see you. Let's go. Keep hitting those thumbs up buttons. We are now 152 subscribers away from 10,000 subscribers. Insane. That's awesome. Top of the 5th inning, it's Kyle Schwarber in the batter's box for the Philadelphia Phillies. And here's the pitch, swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike. Keep those thumbs ups a-coming. Keep them coming. 0-1 pitch to Schwarber, swing and a miss. Kyle had himself a phenomenal day yesterday. We're at 115 likes. Let's go. Wow, that's awesome. 36 of you have hit the thumbs up button ever since we announced it. Let's go. Let's go. 0-2 pitch. Here it comes. That's down for a ball. JJ, I saw that Mitchell went to Hollydale. That is correct. Was that also for educational, or was he homeschooled? That was educational, yes. Did he earn his high school diploma? Yes, he did graduate from Hollydale. That was also, I'm happy that you brought that up, because somebody asked me as the 1-2 is fouled off what one of my proudest moments was. I talked about one story, and I'll say that again a little bit later. But one of my other biggest, proudest moments was when he did graduate from Hollydale, and seeing him walk. That really did bring tears to my eyes. That was really powerful. And then he stayed there for the 21-plus program that they had. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. They were so great to him at Hollydale. I will always be so grateful for their program that they have there. 2-2 pitch to Schwarber, swing and a miss, and Kyle is down on strikes, and there's 1 gone in the top of the 5th. And now it's Bryce Harper's turn to come on up to the plate. Bryce has struck out, and he is also grounded out as well. Perez with 79 pitches. And the pitch to Harper, that's down and in for a ball. The other really cool thing that I will always remember is, so Mitchell, who we are doing this fundraiser for, of course, is the 1-0 pitch is going to be lined foul. Mitchell had a really hard time walking, right? He could walk short distances, but he needed a lot of medical assistance. And it was really hard to get him away from his DVD player because he loved watching movies. And if he wasn't watching movies, he could really get himself sick. And one of my favorite stories is that there was this girl that, was attracted to him, and she thought that he was really cool and that he was funny. Because Mitchell loved to be the center of attention. As the 1-1 is fouled away over towards the screen. And they had a prom. They had a prom at Hollydale, and my dad and I went, and there were a couple other of the aides that were there that were helping out with Mitchell as well, that ended up going too. As the 1-2 is down and away for ball 2. But Mitchell was on that dance floor. Mitchell actually got up from his wheelchair. We helped him get up, of course. And for 5 minutes, he was just dancing, and he was looking at her, and he looked like he was having so much fun out there. And the 2-2, and that's a foul ball, and I'm looking at my dad. My dad's just looking at me, and we were like, wow, this is really cool. No nurse out there, nothing. He's just standing, and he's having fun. That was one of my proudest moments. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're in the top of the 5th. Harper has fouled off 6 pitches. Has actually fouled off 4. But he's seen 6 pitches in this at-bat. Here's pitch number 7 to Harper. It's a little bit outside for ball 3. And are they going to challenge? They got to wave it off. No, they didn't get it off in time. Would have been a ball anyways, according to pitch tracks. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 3-2 pitch. That is way up high and outside for ball 4. And so there's a 1-out walk, and Bryce Harper gets on for the first time tonight, and he's over at first base. There you go. It's Adolis Garcia's turn. Garcia did single in the first. He's 1 for 2. Phillies tonight have 4 hits. They've manufactured 2 runs. Both of those runs came in the 4th. on an RBI double by Justin Crawford and an RBI single by Alec Bohm in reverse order. The pitch, swing and a miss. The ball is 1 strike. I'm sure that you guys have had people in your life that you absolutely care about and that you would do anything for, or just, make a lot of sacrifices for. Now, you don't have to get open with me, but if you want to share, you're more than welcome to do that. It's 1 ball, 1 strike, but that was Mitchell for me. 1-1 is down for ball 2, and that's also going to get away from the catcher Hicks as well, and Harper's going to maneuver over to second base, and he will head on into scoring position. It's 2 balls and 1 strike, and Garcia will still be in the box. The hot corner, thank you so much for being on here. I appreciate you, man. 2 balls, 1 strike. Adolis Garcia batting for the Phillies. The 2-1. That's down and in for ball 3. Bayou Boot Boys, thank you so much for the sub over on YouTube as well. Got to make sure that I shout you out. Hitters count here to Adolis Garcia. It's 3 balls, 1 strike to him. And the next pitch, he stares at the fastball down the pike for strike 2. The payoff pitch on the way to Garcia. And this is popped up. It's hit out over towards the right side of second base. And the catch is made by Xavier Edwards for out number 2. Thanks, Shane. Yeah, I like opening up to people. I really do. I know that for some people it's hard. It's hard to open up about certain things, but for me, I just feel like I'm having a conversation with friends. Or just good people. You know? I really feel that way. So this stuff is not hard for me to talk about. The pitch is taken on the outside edge for a strike. Perez kicks, fires, and the pitch is down for a ball. Everybody has a story. You guys all have a story. One of my friends who is on YouTube, and I always felt like he was a really good storyteller. I always told him, like, you have a story. Share it. You've been through a lot, it seems. And you can help other people that way. The next pitch, and this is grounded over towards second. It's played on a hop, and the throw over to first is in time. And Brandon Marsh is retired, and that is the third out. We're going to go to the bottom of the 5th. 2-1 Phils against the Marlins. Morel, Sanoja, and Marcy are going to come on up to the plate for the Fish. So, the box score so far today. Jacob Marcy so far 0 for 2. Kyle Stowers 0 for 2 as well. Otto Lopez 1 for 2. Xavier Edwards is also 1 for 2 with an RBI. Hicks is 0 for 1. Ramirez has walked, and he's also struck out as well. As far as things go with Owen Casey so far, Owen has grounded into a fielder's choice, and he has struck out swinging, so he's 0 for 2. Morel is 0 for 1, and Sanoja is 0 for 1 as well. For the Phillies, Kyle Schwarber has struck out 3 times. He has a hat trick of strikeouts. Bryce Harper has struck out once. He's walked, and he has grounded out. Garcia with a single, a ground out, and a pop out as well. Brandon Marsh, he's 1 for 3 with a run scored. Flied out to second. He also singled to right, and he grounded out over to second as well. Edmundo Sosa playing over at short. No Trey Turner today. Sosa struck out, and he also popped out as well. Bryson Stott was safe on a fielder's choice. There was actually a throwing error over at first base by Morel, and he also walked, so he's 0 for 1 with a run scored. Alec Bohm 1 for 2 with an RBI single. Justin Crawford 1 for 2 with an RBI double. And Rafael Marchand 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a pop-out. Zach Wheeler, 4 innings of work. 2 hits allowed, 64 pitches. 2 walks, 1 earned run, and 2 hits allowed as well. And he goes back out there for the 5th frame and throws the first pitch down for a ball. Christopher Morel in the batter's box. Just came back from the IL not too long ago. 1-0 pitch. And that is taken for a called strike. Who is helping you with the snake? 1-1 pitch. This is grounded over towards short. Sosa throws it a little bit high over to first base, and Morel, I think, would have beaten it out anyways. First part of your story cut off where I missed it. She was helping me with a snake bite. Who? Bottom of the 5th, 2-1 Phillies. Wheeler with 67 pitches. The leadoff man over at first, Javier Sanoja, is up to bat. And the pitch is fouled back over towards the screen. The ball is 1 strike. Wheeler gets set at the Phillies letters. And the 0-1 pitch is on the outside corner for a called strike. We have 299 of you watching. That's great. 129 of you have hit the thumbs up button. Let's try to get to 200 likes. Let's go. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the 0-2 pitch on the way is grounded foul towards the third base side. Javier Sanoja, 0 for 1. Sanoja from Venezuela. One of the Marlins utility players. 0-2 pitch. Nets down for a ball. He's 23 years old. Won a Gold Glove last year. He's a really good defensive player. I'll tell you this. You know, the Marlins have some really good international scouts. And they're just able to find really good talented players. They just haven't been able to keep a lot of their talent. 1-2. And that's a foul ball. Javier is batting .387 against the Phillies. His first career homer was actually off of Orion Kerkering last year. It was a 3-run shot. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. That is 7 strikeouts tonight for Zach Wheeler. Once again, if you guys do want to continue to donate to the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation, you most certainly can. Continue to spread the word. And we are going to do this throughout the rest of the weekend. We're about $1,200 away from getting to SpongeBob Voices. If we get to $5,000, we do SpongeBob Voices. No balls, one strike. For those of you who actually missed it yesterday, we got to $2,500, and we did a walk-off call. It just so happened that at the time the Phillies were up to bat, it was in the bottom of the ninth inning, and that's when we got to $2,500, and we put a Batman mask on, and we called Justin Crawford's walk-off single with a Batman mask. Go check out that video. Somebody could actually link the short down below, but that was really awesome. 0-2 pitch, and that misses outside for a ball. That's like one of those moments where it's like, if you were here, you'll always remember that. What was the most bizarre thing that you ever did? I called a walk-off call in a Batman voice with a Batman mask on for charity. 1-2 pitch. Line drive hit out over to right field. Garcia's going to make the catch. There's out number 2. The throw back over to first was over Bryce Harper's head. A good throw would have gotten him out over at first base. Rafael Marchand, as he was going after that baseball, went over towards the first base rail. Marchand limped a little bit. He says that he's okay, though. I'd like to see a replay of what happened. Garcia made the catch, threw it way over Bryce Harper's head, and then Marchand went to go back it up, and Zach Wheeler almost collided with Marchand. That's really what ended up happening, as Wheeler was chasing after the ball, and he almost had a little collision with Rafael Marchand right in front of the Phillies dugout. That was pretty cool. Toss back over to first. That is not in time. Two outs in the bottom of the fifth. 2-1 Phillies. Pitch to Stowers, swing and a miss. Once again, the Phillies have a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the fifth. They were down 1-0 against the Fish. The Marlins got their first run on an RBI double from Xavier Edwards. No balls, one strike. Another really bizarre play happened earlier today, too. Otto Lopez hit a fly ball out over to center field. The ball, originally it was ruled that it hit Justin Crawford's glove, and then it went over the fence into the lawn for a home run. But then they reviewed it, and they said that the ball hit the wall first before it hit Justin Crawford's glove, and then it went out. So it was ruled overturned to a ground rule double. And then he ended up scoring anyways on the RBI double by Xavier Edwards. The ball's 2 strikes. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Another strikeout for Zach Wheeler. He's been in cruise control ever since that first inning. When we go to the 6th, Edmundo Sosa will lead things off for the Philadelphia Phillies, and it'll be Sosa, Stott, and Bohm due up in the batting order, and they lead it 2-1. Other scores around Major League Baseball, let's talk about that right now. The Detroit Tigers and the Texas Rangers are tied 4-4 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Each team has 6 hits so far. 4-0 is the score of the Milwaukee Brewers game as they are shutting out the Nationals. The Nationals played extremely well against the New York Mets. They took 2 out of 3 against the Mets. And now they're down 4-0 to the Brewers. Nationals, actually, something crazy is going on there with the Brewers, but they had to take out their starting pitcher, Jake Irvin. Is that Jake Irvin? No. That was Jacob Mizorowski. Miz had 85 pitches, and they took him out in 5 1/3. Didn't allow anything except for 2 walks. That's interesting. Red Sox lead at 3-1. That's in the bottom of the 6th inning. Now imagine if Rob Thompson or Don Mattingly did that to a Phillies pitcher, this whole city would probably burn down. I thought that it was going to burn when Rob Thompson pulled Christopher Sanchez years ago when he had a no-hitter, and he only had 73 pitches. Well, but the Nationals just broke up the no-hitter. Gosh. They ended up getting a double. Crazy. That's just so wild. 3-1 Cardinals. Cardinals are up against the Dodgers. That game is in the bottom of the 2nd. Blue Jays also have a 2-0 lead against the Twins. That's in the bottom of the 3rd. The Rays are shutting out the Giants so far 3-0. Here is Edmundo Sosa. And Sosa takes a ball. Rainstorm is here. John is also here. What's going on, guys? Shout out to you. One ball, no strikes to Edmundo Sosa. The 1-0 pitch, line drive, base hit out to center field. Sosa gets his first hit of the ball game, and he's now 1 for 3 tonight for Philadelphia. We are 151 subscribers away from 10,000 subs. Charge! Case Gibson is going to pitch for Yuri Perez. His night is done. Also, the Yankees lead at 5-1 against the Orioles. That game is in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. And that's going to be challenged by Miami. It was ruled as a ball. It hit the inside corner, according to pitch tracks. Liam Hicks says that's a strike, and ABS will agree that that is a strike. The Cubs beat the Diamondbacks earlier this afternoon by a score of 6-5. Pirates lead at 1-0. That game is in the bottom of the 3rd. We are 150 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. That is incredible. 1-1 is the count to Bryson Stott. Phillies up 2-1, top of the 6th. And we got a runner over at first. 5 seconds left on the pitch clock. And the pitch, and that's going to be taken for a called strike 2, right down the middle. The 1-2 delivery, and that is a foul ball. Toss back over to first. And that is not a time. Not in time. Gibson gets set above the belt. And the 2-2 pitch. This is popped up out over towards shallow left field. The ball is going to be caught by Sonoha over towards the left field line. And he will make the grab. Had to back up over from the third base side. And just head on over towards where that line was. And caught it in fair territory. And there's the first out of the 6th inning. That's going to be down for a ball. The Nationals just put up a run, too. The Brewers, Jacob Misiorowski was throwing a no-hitter, as we just mentioned before. And then they pulled him, and the Nationals scored a run. But it was after, it wasn't right after they pulled him. It was Aaron Ashby went one inning, and he was fine. And then he just gave up, gave away the no-hitter after his first inning. Miz, though, was pulled. He's now listed as day-to-day. Here's the pitch. There's a line drive up the middle for a base hit. Sosa around second. Has to go back to second. The throw is not in time. Oh, boy. That was close. Bohm singles up the middle. And Edmundo Sosa was rounding second. And then had to go back over to second base, and he just beat out the swipe there. Hopefully Miz is okay. That sucks that they had to pull him. The pitch, and that's up high for a ball. I'd like to know what happened to him. They're calling it a right hamstring cramp. He was throwing a no-hitter, and he had 9 strikeouts. So I take back what I said before about imagine if, Rob Thompson, pulled a pitcher after throwing a no-hitter. That was assuming that the pitcher was fully healthy. But this, obviously, Miz left the game. He had a cramp. Ouch. 3 balls, no strikes. This is Justin Crawford up to bat. 3-0 pitch. And that's a called strike. No Trey Turner tonight. That's why Edmundo Sosa is in the lineup. The 3-1 pitch to Crawford. And he's going to line that over towards the left field corner. And that is a foul ball. Phillies have 6 hits today. They've left 5 on base. And they're 2 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Kyle Schwarber today 0 for 3. Bryce Harper 0 for 2. But listen to this. Garcia, Marsh, and Sosa are 3 for 9 combined with 1 run scored. And Bohm and Crawford have driven in both runs in the bottom of the lineup. Next pitch, foul ball. Three balls, 2 strikes. Keep hitting that thumbs up button. 3-2 pitch. Another line drive foul ball towards the left side. And the count is still full to Crawford. We've raised $2,400 on YouTube for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. That's incredible. Pitch is up high for ball 4. Bases are loaded. And just like that, we got Rafael Marchand coming on up to the plate. He'll be batting on the right side. We've raised $2,400 over on YouTube. And in total, we've gotten over $3,800. That's incredible. $1,200 more to go until we get to SpongeBob. We get to do SpongeBob Voices at $5,000. It's going all the way until the end of this weekend, folks. The pitch, and that's up high for a ball. People Channel, thank you so much for the sub. Marshawn with the bases loaded. Gibson gets set and fires, and Marshawn stares at the curveball that's right down the middle for a called strike. We did a 48-hour stream that ended this morning. We were on for 48 hours, raising money in honor of my brother, who passed away from familial dysautonomia. The 1-1 pitch, and that's grounded foul over towards the left side. I'll explain more about it during the break, because I'm sure that you're probably curious as to what it is, because there's definitely people that did not tune on in over the last couple of days, so they don't know. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Rafael Marshawn. The 1-2 delivery, and that's a little bit outside, but it'll be challenged by Liam Hicks. We'll see what ABS has to say. Pitch Tracks did not say that it was a strike, and it was not, according to ABS either. Just off by 0.7 inches. And the Marlins are down to 1 ABS challenge. Phillies still have both of theirs. Jim Gardner with the sub over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Phillies trying to hunt for some more runs here. They have bases loaded in the top of the 6th. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Marshawn. The 2-2 pitch outside for ball 3. Let's go, baby! Charge! Gibson on the bump. Nowhere to put Marshawn. The 3-2 pitch. Marshawn's going to ground it over to third. This could be 2. The throw to second, there's 1. The throw to first, there's 2. The pitch was inside, and the inning is over. So with the bases loaded, Rafael Marshawn on a 3-2 count grounds into an inning-ending double play, and we're going to go to the bottom of the 6th inning. That's just too bad. Wow. So the Phillies leave more runners on base, and the Marlins are going to come back on up. All right. So, yes. What was I going to say? Yes. So, I did a 48-hour fundraising stream that ended this morning. We started on Wednesday morning, and we ended this morning, and we were live for 48 hours, and we raised over $3,800 so far in honor of my brother Mitchell for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. So I had an older brother. His name was Mitchell. He passed away in 2020, and he had a rare Jewish genetic disease called Familial Dysautonomia. And basically, he couldn't eat by mouth. He could not feel temperature or pain. He could only walk really short distances. He needed a lot of medical attention. And so I wanted to do something as we got closer to 10,000 subscribers. I wanted to try to use my platform to be able to try to do something nice and be able to do some good for, the channel, and obviously do good for a foundation that I truly care about and something that really hits home for me. So I want to thank everybody that has been spreading the word, everybody that has been donating. You guys are definitely going to be getting thank you notes from me next week. I will definitely be sending you guys thank yous. If you did donate on YouTube, okay, this is really important. I want you to be able to email me because I really would like to thank as many people as I can. YouTube does not give me emails. So if you have not emailed me, please make sure that you do that just to tell me that you donated, and I will make sure that I do write you a thank you because I really care about that. You guys have been really helping me out, and I'm forever grateful for you guys for doing this. Mitchell meant so much to me, and Mitchell would really appreciate this as well. So what we're doing here is really powerful, and it's really special, and I am just beyond grateful for that. All right, so we start off the bottom of the sixth. Otto Lopez is in the box, and the pitch on the way is lined over to third, and that's going to be caught by Alec Bohm, and there's out number one. Bohm made an excellent catch yesterday in extra innings in Game 2 of that doubleheader against the Giants, and it just makes you think about with the hard hit that was hit right there, Bohm just right there at the right time. One away. The pitch, and that is taken for a called strike. That's on the outside edge. Anonymous with a $20 donation. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Anonymous. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out in the bottom of the sixth. Xavier Edwards is in the box. The 1-1 delivery, and that is outside for ball 2. Zach Wheeler has 85 pitches, 5 1/3, 8 strikeouts, just gave up 1 run in the first. The 2-1 delivery from Wheeler, and a foul ball off the bat of Xavier Edwards. Jim Gardner, the news guy. That's right. I didn't even think about that. Jim Gardner, the news anchor. Of course. If that's actually Jim, what's going on, Jim? My favorite, honestly, and I mean this, my favorite news anchor. Love Jim Gardner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch. And that is down and away for ball 3. The Fightins today lead at 2-1 against the Marlins. They're seeking their 4th win in a row. 3-2 pitch, foul ball. I'll always remember when Jim Gardner, the one thing I love about listening to Phillies radio, Scott Fransky does an awesome job. He lets his guests come on and do play-by-play for half an inning, and Jim did an awesome job at doing play-by-play. It was so cool. It was awesome. I really enjoyed it. 3-2 pitch, and that's popped up over towards foul ground. Bohm gets under it, and he will make the grab, and there's 2 away in the bottom of the sixth. Two gone, bottom of the sixth. Andrew Nardi is warming up in the Phillies pen. And Wheeler comes set and fires. And the pitch is in there for a strike. So Zach so far this inning has thrown 10 pitches. The most pitches that he threw was 21 in the first. Here's the 0-1 to Hicks, and that's a little bit off the plate for a ball. Jim, hey JJ, I like your style. You have a great voice for play-by-play. Shout out to Chris Beaton in Miami, Florida. A 1-1 pitch, and that's low for ball 2. Chris is a huge Philly fan and roots for the Marlins also. He's also good friends with Dave Dombrowski. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. Shout out to Jim. Shout out to Chris as well. Oh, man, let's go. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. That was a curveball that was in the dirt, and Hicks got absolutely fooled. Shout out to Jim, and shout out to Chris. Much love. Much love. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and the 2-2 delivery. This is grounded over to first. Harper gobbles it up, has to toss it over to Wheeler, who runs over to the bag and catches it and tags the bag for out number 3. We're going to go to the 7th inning. Schwarber, Harper, and Garcia will come on up for the Philadelphia Phillies. 2-1, Philadelphia. By the way, Yuri Perez today went 5 innings. He struck out 6 batters. He gave up 2 earned runs. Obviously, the RBI single from Alec Boehm and the RBI double from Justin Crawford as well. That was back in the 4th inning. Big shout out to Jim. That's so cool. Action News is not the same without Jim Gardner. Rick Williams is okay, as is Brian Taft. But we're never going to forget Jim. I agree with that last part. Love watching Jim. Learned a lot from Jim, too. That's awesome. Action News should be JJ's breaking news drop. Yeah, I'd probably get sued for that. Can't do that. But in an ideal world, yeah, that'd be kind of cool. So Schwarber, Harper, and Garcia are going to come on up for the Philadelphia Phillies. Zach today has 8 strikeouts. Folks, if you are new to my channel, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. What do I do on here? Well, it's in the title. I do play-by-play. I do it for the Phillies, I do it for the Sixers, and I do it for the Eagles. And I also love doing baseball. We did 23 World Baseball Classic games. That's correct. We got up when the games were in Tokyo, and we did the games early in the morning and late at night. We did a whole marathon of streaming. And then we also did some March Madness, which was really awesome. And we've been covering other out-of-market baseball games too. So we've been having such a blast. I love streaming. I love calling games. And I love being able to connect with each and every one of you because I feel like that it takes storytelling to a whole nother level. And we get to learn more about each other. And we do like an old school style, but we obviously like to learn more about you guys because you guys are a part of an incredible community, a really cool community of people. Kyle Schwarber is going to come on up to the plate for the Phillies as we're in the top of the 7th. Gibson comes set and deals. And the pitch is in there for strike 1. It's a slider. We obviously can't show the game, but we can show you a 3D model of what's going on in the game. The 0-1, foul ball. And a lot of it on the 3D side of things is real, except for the players going underground. And the red, white, and blue balls, which is the people that are in the stands. 0-2 pitch. That's a foul ball over towards the right side. The animations, though, just never get old. But the way that the defense is shifted, that's all real. That's all what's going on in real time. That's not just a simulation. 0-2 pitch to Schwarber, swing and a miss. And so there's out number 1, and he strikes out for the 4th time tonight. He has just not had a good night. Ended up going 4 for 4 in last night's game. There were 2 games yesterday. Schwarber homered in both of them. And he has struck out 4 times in 1 game today. Here comes Bryce Harper to the plate. And Harper will stare at a changeup that misses low. One ball and no strikes. Two balls, no strikes to Bryce Harper. The 2-0 delivery. And there's a sweeper that is in the strike zone for strike 1. 2-1 pitch, and that slipped on out of Gibson's hand, and it was way up high and inside. Harper had to get out of the way of it. And he will step back on into the box. Had to try to dodge out of that way, and that was coming right on over for his head. Oof. Off speed, too. The left-handed pitcher, Cade Gibson, for the Marlins, on the bump. Gets the signs and delivers. And throws a sweeper that's in the strike zone. Right down Broad Street for strike 2. Payoff pitch. And the fastball is fouled away by Harper. He got it off the end of the bat. Cade Gibson is making his first outing of the season, by the way. Last year in 2025, he went 4-5 in 44 games pitched. 3-2 pitch to Harper. Fly ball hit out over to deep right field. That's going to bounce off the wall. And Harper's going to head on over to second base. The throw over to Edwards is not in time. Harper gets in there standing up, and he's in scoring position. 108 miles per hour off the bat of Bryce Harper. A hanging curveball that was left out over the middle of the plate. And Harper able to send it out to right field to hit the bottom of the wall. And Casey threw it over to second. He has a cannon of an arm, but not able to get Bryce Harper, who just got his 7th double of the season. 1 out in the top of the 7th. The Phillies have a runner in scoring position. That's Bryce Harper. And Adolis Garcia steps on up to the plate with his bell-high socks. And the first pitch that he takes is in there for strike 1. He has a silver necklace on. 2 necklaces. No balls, 1 strike. The 0-1 to Garcia. Grounded over to shortstop. Edwards picks it up, throws it over to first. It's in time. That was actually Otto Lopez who picked it up over at short. Edwards is at second. Regardless, though, there's 2 away in the top of the 7th inning. Here's Brandon Marsh up at the plate. And he stares at a pitch that is outside for ball 1. Brandon today 1 for 3 with a single back in the 4th. Orion Kirkring is getting loosened up in the Phillies bullpen. And he will most likely pitch the bottom of the 7th. Next pitch, and that's going to catch the outside edge for strike 1. The 1-1 pitch, and that is a foul ball. One ball and 2 strikes. And the next pitch to Brandon Marsh, and that's going to hit him. Oh, boy. Now, the runner, Harper, does head on over to third base. The trainer is going to go out there and check up on Brandon Marsh. He did go on over to first. Tom Mattingly is also going to go check up on him as well. Still hobbling. Got him right in the upper area. Now he's squatting down. I think I got him right on the wrist, but let's look at the replay again. Oh, it hit him on the elbow guard. Why was he grabbing onto his wrist, though? Hit him right on the elbow guard. Marsh is still over at first base. He's talking things over with Don Mattingly. He says that he's okay. The trainer did go back into the dugout. Two outs, top of the seventh. And now it's Edmundo Sosa's turn to come on up to the plate. And that is taken for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Edmundo Sosa. And the 1-0 delivery. And that is a foul ball over towards the right side. Okay. We're good. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, top of the seventh. Gibson on the bump gets set below the numbers. And the 1-1 delivery to Sosa, and it's going to be lined out over to right field for a base hit. Harper will jog on home. And Edmundo Sosa gets an RBI single. Marsh stops at third. The throw's made back over to second. And Sosa extends the Phillies' lead 3-1. Let's go. And now it's Bryson Stott's turn. Pitch to Stotts, and this is going to be slapped foul towards the left side. And the count is 0-1 to Stotts. Let's go. Charge! No balls, 1 strike. Let's go. The 0-1, they tried to appeal to see if he went around. Did he go? And they say that he did over at third base. We got 358 people tuning on in. Don't forget to like, don't forget to subscribe, and turn on the bell icons too. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. No balls, 2 strikes, 3 seconds left on the pitch clock. And here's the pitch, and that's taken outside for a ball. Hicks thought about throwing it over to second. Nobody was covering the bag. And Sosa swipes second base for Philadelphia. So that changes things. Runners are now over at second and third. Sports are for me. Thank you so much for tuning on in, my friend. Good to see you. The 1-2 the Stotts. It's going to be a breaking ball that's in the dirt, and Stott says no thank you. Yep, need more insurance. Don't be that Allstate guy. What about Geico? 2-2 pitch to Stott. There's a high drive. Hit out to deep right field. And that ball is gone. A 3-run blast by Stott. And he just continues to be a Marlins killer. goes into the bullpen, and the Phillies are up by 5 against the Fish. Tom, thank you so much for the kind words, my friend. I don't know why I missed that before, but welcome on into Philly Freak Nation. I appreciate you, my friend. Good to see you on here. We got a call to the bullpen. Clayton McAuliffe is going to go out there and make a move, but Bryson Stott just helped give the Phillies now a 6-1 lead. I mentioned this just not too long ago, but Bryson Stott is a Marlins killer. And what do I mean by that? Well, against the Miami Marlins, Bryson Stott against the Miami Marlins in 2025 last year batted .320 with 16 hits, 3 homers, and 13 RBI as well. And in his career, he's hitting .299 against the Fish with 58 hits, 4 homers, 32 RBI, and 26 runs scored. Doesn't matter who. I mean, we've had plenty of Phillies killers that we've talked about throughout the past, like Miguel Rojas, like Jeff Francoeur, Matt Diaz, and so many guys that have just crushed the Phillies. Michael Conforto. But it's good to have some, give the teams a taste of their own medicine. Let's go. Folks, okay, so we have how many people tuning on in right now? My name is Jason Joseph. We have 329 people tuning on in. If you have not hit the thumbs up button, please make sure that you guys do that. We streamed for 48 hours, okay? 48 straight hours. We ended our 48 hours straight stream this morning, and we raised so far over $3,800 to the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation in honor of my brother Mitchell, who passed away from familial dysautonomia back in 2020. And so please continue to donate. Please continue to spread the word of what we're doing. We're leaving this all the way until Sunday, so you have plenty of time. So if you're like, well, I don't know if I can donate. Maybe I can donate on Saturday, or maybe I can spread the word tomorrow to my family. That's totally fine. You have until Sunday, the end of Sunday, for you guys to make a contribution or for you to just continue to spread the word. 1 ball, 1 strike. I just want to make sure that I say that. Mitchell meant so much to me. Mitchell really loved baseball. I made a documentary on him. We showed it about 8 times during our 48-hour stream. I also did 2 PowerPoint presentations talking more about what familial dysautonomia is. And we got to interview the president of the foundation as well, which was really cool. And I got to play that. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes to Alapome. And here's the 1-2 pitch. And this is flied out over towards shallow right. Casey waits for it, and he'll make the catch. Owen Casey, that is. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 6-1 Fightins. Ramirez, Casey, and Morel are going to come on up to the plate for the Marlins. It's trivia time. As we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, we always love to do Phillies trivia. So if you are new to the channel, I ask trivia questions in the bottom of the 7th inning, and if you get it right, you'll hear this. If you get it wrong, though, you will hear this. Okay, I want to know which Philadelphia Phillies players have hit grand slams in the playoffs with the Phillies. Which Phillies players have hit grand slams in the playoffs with the Phillies? Is my question to you. Keep it going. Bohm needs a day off. Bohm needs a day off. He got the sac fly yesterday. But yeah, I guess. I'd rather play Sosa. Yeah, I agree with that. Shane Victorino. 1. Kyle Schwarber. Bryson Stott. And that's it. Shane Victorino and Bryson Stott hit the only 2 Grand Slams with the Phillies in Phillies playoff history. That is correct. Good job. Good job, chat. Orion Kerkering is going to pitch for the Phillies as we go to the bottom of the 7th. The pitch, and that's going to be in there for a called strike. You got it. When you're on here every day, the odds of you getting something right, they're up, my friend. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ramirez up to bat. And Ramirez stares at a sweeper down the hatch for strike 2. So it's 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Phillies lead at 6-1. How did we get here, JJ? Really good question. We'll let you know in just a few moments. The 1-2 pitch on the way. That's a called strike 3. Orion Kerkering framed that one very well and was able to throw a strikeout there. Stubbs really did, or Marchand did the framing there, but it hit the outside edge. That was a fastball. And there's out number 1. Phillies are up 6-1. They put up 2 runs in the 4th inning. Bohm had an RBI single. Crawford had an RBI double. Owen Casey up to bat. And the pitch is in there for a called strike. In the top of the 7th, Edmundo Sosa extended the lead 3-1 on an RBI single. And Bryson Stott hit a 3-run home run to make it 6-1. Wasn't Stott's grand slam against the Marlins. 1-1 pitch. Fly ball hit out over to left field. And on the run to make the grab, out in left is Dylan Moore for out number 2. So they did take Brandon Marsh out of the game. That was not announced before. But Brandon Marsh is out of the game. Remember, he got hit on the elbow. He did stay in to run the bases, but Dylan Moore came on in. Wasn't Stott's grand slam against the Marlins. If you heard me say before, as Orion Kerkering is going to hit Christopher Morel, got him right over on the side. And there's a 2-out base runner. I did say that Bryson Stott was a Marlins destroyer. So that it was sort of foreshadowing the trivia question. I try to do that sometimes when I'm, in the top of the 7th inning. That type of a thing. So that was sort of foreshadowing. Yes. I'm happy that you picked that up. The pitch, and that is inside for a ball. Good job by you. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch, and that is in there for a called strike. One pitch, and that is taken up high. Kerkering kicks, deals, and this is popped up right behind home plate. Marchand gives it a look and won't be able to make the catch. Had to go over towards the backstop and tried to reach on over, but just out of reach for him. Actually hit the It did end up hitting the net first. So it would have been a foul ball anyways. We are less than 150 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. Insane. The 2-2 from Kirkering. Grounded over towards the shortstop. Sosa flips it over to second. It's in time. That little toss that he makes from shortstop over to second, he just makes it look so easy. And we're going to go to the 8th inning. Crawford, Marchand, and Schwarber are going to come on up for the Philadelphia Phillies. I mean, it's just, again, he gets the glove down and then just has to fling it over to second. And he makes it look really easy to just do that. A little soft touch. It's like in basketball when you see a point guard or whoever's at the top of the key just making a little lob pass inside to the post. That's what it looks like. For the Phillies, they will have Justin Crawford, Rafael Marchand, and Kyle Schwarber due up to bat as they go to the top of the 8th inning. Schwarber has struck out 4 times today. After going 4 for 4 in last night's game, he is 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. Unbelievable. Phillies tonight have 9 hits. They put up 4 runs in the 7th, 2 in the 4th. Zach Wheeler went 6 innings. He struck out 8 batters. The only run that he allowed that was in the bottom of the 1st, it was on an Xavier Edwards double. Otto Lopez got on with the ground rule double. That was a really bizarre play because Lopez sent one out to center field, and it was ruled that it hit off of Crawford's glove first as he was running over towards the warning track and bounced on into the wall, and it hit off his glove, and then it went into the lawn. So that was ruled originally as a home run. But when they reviewed it, the ball actually hit the wall first, and then it hit Crawford's glove, and it bounced over the fence. So that ended up being overturned to a ground rule double. And speaking of the devil, Crawford is up to bat. Bakar is on the bump. Talk a little bit more about him in just a few moments. First pitch to Crawford, up high. Lake Bakar with a 3.29 ERA. He's 30 years old now. And the right-hander kicks, fires, and it's fouled back. Lake has been a Marlin since 2024. In his career, he has a 3.83 earned run average, 71 games played, 8-3 record. 1-1 pitch, grounded over towards the right side, picked up by Edwards on the backhand, and he tosses it over to first, and out number 1 is provided. Michael with a $31 donation. Thank you so much, Michael. I really appreciate it, my friend. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. Oh, Michael, you are the best. Shout out to Michael. No balls, 1 strike. Did I miss any more donations from any anonymous? No. Here's Marchand, who lines one out over to left. Stowers comes jogging on in, waits for it, and makes the grab for the second out of the 8th inning. Michael, thank you very much. We are now at $2,430 over on YouTube. And we have raised a total of $3,900. We have raised $3,820 for Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. 1-0 pitch on the way. And that's down for ball 2. It's unbelievable, chat. We are $1,200 away from doing SpongeBob Voices. 2 balls, no strikes. Mary Lou, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate that. 2 balls and 1 strike to Kyle Schwarber, who has struck out all 4 times this evening. Bakar on the bump. Kicks, fires, and that's swung on and missed. Over Bakar's last 2 games, he has surrendered a homer in each game. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Schwarber, and he strikes out for the 5th time tonight. 5 strikeouts for Kyle Schwarber in this game, and we are going to go to the bottom of the 8th. That pitch was over towards the inside corner, just could not catch up to the fastball, and we will go to the bottom of the 8th inning, a 5-run lead for Philadelphia. That's unbelievable. Didn't Kyle Schwarber also strike out 5 times earlier this year, chat? Let me double check that. I was going to say, I think that he did. Schwarber didn't strike out 5 times this year. No. But I thought he did. Struck out 3 times. That was against the Cubs. Wow. That's really odd. All right, folks, we're going to go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Okay, so once again, my name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. Hit the thumbs up button. Hit the subscribe button as well. We are continuing to raise awareness for familial dysautonomia in honor of my brother who passed away from with familial dysautonomia back in 2020. And so far we've raised over $3,800 to the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. We did a 48-hour stream from Wednesday morning until this morning. It was a lot of fun, and we wanted to obviously continue to raise money and raise awareness throughout the weekend as well. So if you are new to my channel, I do a lot of content, a lot of sports content on my channel. We do a lot of baseball. We also cover the Phillies, the Sixers, and the Eagles. We've done so many streams over these last 2 months, and it's been such a blast, and I've really enjoyed every second that I've gotten to spend with you guys. I do like an old school radio play-by-play style of a call, but I love talking to chat, and I like being able to get to know you guys because you guys are my color commentators, and you guys really do bring color to the stream, and it's a beautiful thing. It adds to the story, and I'm very grateful for you guys. I really am. We are 147 subscribers away from getting to the 10,000 marker. Insane. The pitch, and that's up high, and it's going to be taken for ball 1. That's to Jacob Marcy, who is 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a lineout as well. Jonathan Bolin kicks, fires, and throws a strike that catches the outer third of the zone at 96 miles per hour. How you doing today, JJ? A little bit tired. But I'm doing good, my friend. Always a good thing to see you. And it's always a good thing to be on here. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the bottom of the 8th inning. Phillies have won their last 3 games in a row under Don Mattingly. Shane with another 5. Shane. The 1-2 is high. Thank you for the 5, my friend. Two balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch, and that's lined back up the middle for a base hit. And Jacob Marcy gets on with a leadoff single here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And he is over at first base. Still less than 1,200 left to go in order for us to get to SpongeBob. But thank you again for all of you who have spread the word, for all of you who have donated again. I have to keep saying thank you. I know it sounds redundant, but you guys have no idea what you guys are doing. You guys are really doing something that's really awesome. And, this is really going to a great cause. It just is. 1 ball, no strikes. Kyle Stowers in the box. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss once again. We're at 185 likes. 15 more till we get to 200. Keep those likes coming too, chat. Don't forget to like and don't forget to subscribe. The 1-1 delivery up high for ball 2 at 97 miles per hour. Jonathan Bolin, who's on the mound for the Phillies, 29 years old, from Arlington, Tennessee. Pitched for the Royals. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Stowers is tied up in the count 2-2. Remember when Bolin was a Blue Rock? Started off with the Royals back in 2023. That's when he made his MLB debut. Pitched in 34 games last year for Kansas City with a 3.86 earned run average. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Five seconds left on the pitch clock. The 2-2 delivery. Foul ball. Wasn't a bad idea to throw that fastball down the middle. And the reason why was because he was throwing him some off-speed stuff, and he thought that he could get Stowers by surprise there, but Stowers had a nice cut and fouled it back over towards the screen. Wasn't a ball that missed its spots. The 2-2 pitch again. That's a breaking ball that's in the dirt, and Stowers holds his horses. Three balls and 2 strikes, and that's to Kyle Stowers. Bolin kicks, fires, and Stowers fouls one out of play. We have now reached $2,430 over on YouTube. 3-2 pitch, foul ball. Cameron with a $2 dono. Let's go. Thank you so much, Cam. Appreciate you. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch on the way. That's low for ball 4. And Stowers gets on with a walk. And there's a conversation about ready to happen between Rafael Marchand and Jonathan Bolin. He wants to rally the troops together. Mattingly looking over at Marchand. I don't know who he's talking to, but let's go. 6 more till we get to 200 likes. Let's go. Tomorrow we got the Phillies playing at 4 o'clock. And then the 76ers are playing at 7:30. I'll be back on for Game 7 of the 76ers game. The Flyers game will be keeping our eye on that as well as they play against the oh my gosh, the Hurricanes. Oh my gosh. Crazy. I almost said the Panthers. But they play against the Canes. The pitch. And that is called a strike right down the middle. The ball is one strike to Otto Lopez. He's 1 for 3 tonight. And the 0-1 delivery, foul ball. For what? The Sixers or for the Flyers? Yeah. Definitely. Cam, once again, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate you. We are 44 subscribers away from 9,900 subscribers. 44. The ball is 2 strikes, the 0-2 pitch, and that is low and away for a ball. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 pitch, and that is down and away for ball 2. The Phillies tonight are 4 for 11 with runners in scoring position. Miami is just 1 for 2. Lopez takes a step out of the batter's box as he calls for time. Otto has never faced Bolin before. The 2-2 pitch, here it comes. And that's flied foul and out of play. Two balls and 2 strikes. Let's go. Nobody out. Bottom of the 8th. Bolin gets the signs and fires. And that's grounded back up the middle. And it's going to go off the glove of Stott. He tried to dive for it. It's going to bounce off his glove. A run's going to score. And he goes to chase after the ball. That's going to put runners over at first and second. Marcy is the one who scored for Miami. It's a 6-2 ball game in the bottom of the 8th inning with 2 runners on base, and Jonathan Bolin can't even get an out. Oof. That hit the mound, and Bolin, thank goodness he got out of the way of that. Stott made a really good effort there on the dive, but it just went over towards the tip of the glove. And Caleb Cotham's going to go out there to try to calm Jonathan Bolin down. Now, I can't tell if anybody's warming up in the Phillies bullpen because obviously we can't see that. But they got to get out of this jam here. Get on out of the jam. In the basketball world, the Cavs lead it, or the Cavs are actually down 98-95 against the Raptors. That could go to a Game 7. Wow. The Raptors could actually take that to Game 7. And the Pistons ended up coming back to beat the Magic. They were down in their series 3-1. And they will force a Game 7 as well against the Magic. Wow. A lot of potential 3-1 comebacks. The pitch, and that's up high for a ball. And the Lakers were up 3-0 against the Rockets, and the Rockets have won 2 games in a row. So that's Game 6 there. Wow. Jose Alvarado's going to warm up in the bullpen for the Philadelphia Phillies. I didn't realize that so many of these series have gone on for a while. 1-0 pitch, and that's in there for a called strike. So it's 1-1. Bolin kicks, fires, and the pitch is down for ball 2. Xavier Edwards is up to bat. The 2-1 delivery. Chopper hit over towards the mound. It's like a sacrifice bunt, essentially, as the throw to first is in time. The runners from first and second head on over to second and third. We've reached 200 likes. Let's go. Keep those likes coming. Keep them coming. 6-2, bottom of the 8th inning with 1 out. Bolin with 24 pitches. Next man up is going to be Liam Hicks, who is hitless in 2 at-bats. He has also walked once as well. Pitch number 1 from Bolin, and it's a curveball that is low. Just throw strikes. That's it. That's all you got to do. Throw strikes. 1-0 pitch. Up high for ball 2. There's a changeup. Just can't find the zone. 2 balls, no strikes. Bottom of the 8th inning. 1 out. Runners at second and third. Bolin kicks, steals, and that is a strike at 97 miles per hour. Been a long couple of days. It's been 48 hours. Yeah. The 2-1 pitch. It's up high at 96 miles per hour for ball 3. "13 balls, 15 strikes, 28 total pitches for Jonathan Bolin. And the 3-1 delivery, swing and a miss. He went with a changeup down Broad Street, and Hicks could not catch up to it. Wow. Pitch number 30 coming on up for Jonathan Bolin. And the 3-2 pitch fouled away. So now I wonder if he's going to go fastball towards the outside edge or if he's going to go with more, maybe a changeup. Towards the bottom of the zone. Is he going to take the gamble and try to see if Hicks chases after it? We'll see. 3-2 pitch, and that's a line drive hit out to right field. It'll be caught by Garcia. It'll be a sacrifice fly as Stowers scores. That was a bullet. That pitch missed its spot. It was down the middle. And thank goodness Garcia was there at the right time. He was at the right spot at the right time to make the grab, because that was hit really hard. Wow. Only 1 run there. And Don Mattingly is going to make a move, and that is going to be it for Jonathan Bolin. So Bolin, his night is done. And Mattingly takes the baseball out of his bare hand, and he will head back on over to the dugouts. All right, it's time for more shout-outs. Where is everybody tuning on in from tonight? Let me know down below, and I will give you a shout-out as well. Continue to like. Continue to subscribe to the channel as well. And don't forget to continue to spread the word as we try to raise more money for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation in honor of Mitchell. Where are we tapping on in from tonight? Let's go. We got got 311 people on here. Get active in the chat. I love it when you guys talk. Obviously, I know that some of you guys are busy, but, I don't want you to get fired if you're working or anything like that. But if you're not doing anything, come on here and join me. We have an awesome community. The coast is clear. We got Hawaii in the chats. Yes, we do. We got Northwest Philly in the chat. Lou, what's going on, my guy? John from Hawaii, as we just mentioned. David from Cranford. Eric from Lancaster. Elaine from Delaware. Scott from North Carolina. We got Shane from Monroe, Ohio. Jim from Ohio. Let's go. Doc, what's up, Doc? How you doing, my guy? Clyde from Afara, Pennsylvania. Hope I said that correctly. We got Chef from Connecticut in the building. Phillies Highlight Central from Allentown Amazon Warehouse in Pennsylvania. Vicky Carson from Oakland. Let's go. The Theatom from Mifflinburg, Pennsylvania. And Mike Miller from Lancaster. Shout out to the chat. Jose Alvarado is going to come on in to pitch for the Philadelphia Phillies against Agustin Ramirez. And the 0-1 pitch, and that is a strike. The first pitch was a cutter. The second pitch was a sinker, and that hit the top tier of the zone. Ramirez 0 for 2 with a walk. Alvarado trying to get out of the inning. The 0-2 pitch. Check swing. The pitch was inside, but he did not go. Ryan says, let's go Marlins. Love you, man. What's going on? Rainstorm from Redding, California. What is going on, my friend? Let's go. The 1-2 pitch, and that is down in the dirt for a ball. We got megahertz here from PJ Bryn-Mawr. Let's go, or Bryn-Mawr. Oh my gosh, why did I say Meyer? My bad. Bryn-Mawr, PA. I think that's what you meant. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Alvarado kicks. Alvarado fires. Ground ball, base hit out to right center field. The Marlins are going to get another run home. It's a 6-4 ball game, and the tying run is going to come on up to the plate. The Philadelphia Phillies had a 6-2 lead going on into the bottom of the 8th inning. And Agustin Ramirez just made it a 2-run game on an RBI single. And also, Liam Hicks as well got on with a sac fly, or had a sac fly, and Otto Lopez got on with an RBI infield single. So there have been 3 runs scored in this inning, 2 right before that opposite field RBI single. That wasn't even a bad pitch there, just really good contacts. 2 outs, bottom of the 8th. Always great to blow it. They haven't blown it yet. What are you talking about? 2 outs, and the pitch. Check swing, did he go? He did not. It's not looking good, but it's not like he blew it yet. Why do we trade Strom for Boland? Well, we got Brad Keller. That's what we got. 1-0 pitch. There's a line drive. There's a base hit down the left field line, and that's going to go all the way towards the corner. Moore's going to get there, and Ramirez is now over at third, and we got ourselves a double. And there's still 2 outs. The tying run is now in scoring position for the Marlins. That was not a good pitch. That was supposed to go over inside, and instead it was slider down the middle. And Connor Norby was able to take advantage of the mistake. And Christopher Morel is going to step on into the box. And Marshawn is going to rally the troops again. That's Connor's 6th double of the season. We've raised $2,400 over on YouTube for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. And we've raised a total of $3,800. A little bit over $3,800 so far. Chat, this is what we're doing. So when we got to $1,000, we did Disney trivia. That was cool. When we got to $2,500, we did Batman. And we got to call a walk-off in a Batman voice yesterday. That was really awesome. Once we get to $5,000, it's SpongeBob character voices. Mitchell really loved SpongeBob. And that's how we're going to honor him when we get to 5,000 $5,000. 5,000 subscribers. Crazy. The ball is 1 strike to Christopher Morel. First pitch was in there for a strike. And the 0-1, that's called a strike as well. Attacks the zone at 99 that time. Morel's 1 for 2. Norby's at second. Ramirez is over at third. The 0-2 pitch to Morel. Strike 3 cone. He went down looking. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to Christopher Morel as we go to the 9th inning. Harper, Garcia, and Marsh are coming on up. I thought he blew it. Let's go. Where's Durant? Kevin Durant? Doesn't he have an oblique injury? Is Kevin Durant hurt? Yeah, Kevin Durant's been hurt, right? For the Rockets. Are they calling it oblique? Is that what it is? Kevin Durant. Injury. Is that what it is? They're calling it a left ankle bruise. That's what it is. Left ankle bruise. All right. Shut your mouth, JJ. We still have the 9th. Well, I heard somebody say in the chat that somebody blew it. They didn't blow it. They didn't blow it just yet. I thought that they blew it. They didn't blow it yet. Thank you all so much for tuning on in, my friends. We are now 144 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. Bryce Harper is up to bat, and the pitch is going to be lined out over towards the right field line. That's a fair ball. That's going to go, or actually, that was a foul ball. Excuse me. So, what I should have done, so they, on the cast, what they did was they showed where the ball was, and it looked like that it was fair, but they cut to a different angle first, and then it bounced like it was fair, so then you couldn't even tell what the umpire's call was. So that was a foul ball. Good job by them. No balls and 1 strike. So it was a foul ball. Matt, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. 0-1 pitch. And that's outside for a ball. BW, thank you so much for all these redirects. You really have helped me out so much, my friend. I really, and I really mean this. Like, I really appreciate you for doing that. The 1-1 pitch, and that's in there for strike 2. Allison would. Yeah. 1-2 to Harper. Foul ball. Lake Bakar is on the bump. Still pitching for the Marlins. That was a terrible angle that they showed us. The pitch to Harper. That's grounded sharply over to first, but picked up and backhanded by the first baseman, Morel. And there is out number one. And it's Adolis Garcia who's going to come on up to the plate. Oh my gosh, the Cavs and the Raptors are going on into overtime. Wow. The pitch, swing and a miss. The count is 0-1. Lightning lead it, or the Lightning won? The Lightning won. And Buffalo just won 4-1. The pitch to Garcia, and that's grounded foul. So Buffalo just won their series, and the Lightning just won their series. Oh, wait, no, they didn't, because now it's going to go to Game 7. Montreal led the series 3-2. 0-2 pitch. That's going to bounce away for a ball. Hopefully you guys are doing well. For those of you who are just coming on in from BW's channel, I really appreciate you guys. The 1-2 pitch to Garcia. Swing and a miss. And Bakar gets his second strikeout of the game. And there's 2 away in the top of the 9th inning. Garcia could not catch up to that pitch. Just went a little bit below the zone. We got a post-game show after this chat. I always love it when you guys come on in for the post-game show, because then we can talk more about this team. We can break everything down, and we can have more conversations. That's like a really cool thing that I really love. And I know that it's not meant for everybody, but you know, it's a cool thing. It's therapeutic, I feel like, especially after this type of a game here. And we still have yet to see what the final result's going to be, but Moore in the ball game came on in for Brandon Marsh, who left the game earlier after getting hit by a pitch. 0-1, swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. To Dylan Moore. Bakar with pitch number 26. And that's taken low and away for a ball. Dylan Moore is 33 years old, from Yorba Linda, California. Played a lot of his career with the Seattle Mariners. The 1-2, down and away for a ball. And got traded last year to the Texas Rangers. He is 33 years old now. They list him as a center fielder. Played a lot of infield, though. Two balls, 2 strikes to Dylan Moore. The 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. And he strikes out on the splitter. And so we're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Phillies lead at 6-4. Javier Sanoja is going to come on up. And so will Jacob Marcy and Kyle Stowers as well. All right, one last time. I want to say thank you so much for everybody that's tuning on in. My name is Jason Joseph. This is Play-by-Play with JJ. We did a 48-hour stream. We did a 48-hour stream that ended earlier this morning. We went from Wednesday at 9:07 a.m. all the way up until today at 11 o'clock, around 11:30 to be exact. but we are still doing the Phillies games. And why were we on for 48 hours? Well, in honor of us getting close to 10,000 subscribers, I really thought that it would be really cool. People have been asking me, what do you want to do when you get to 10,000? And I said, and I know I haven't even gotten to 10,000 yet, but I thought it would be really cool to do a charity stream in honor of my older brother, Mitchell, who had familial dysautonomia, and he passed away in 2020. So far, we have raised over $3,800 for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. FD is basically what he had was a rare Jewish genetic disease that comes from Ashkenazi, mostly Eastern European Ashkenazi ancestry, and he couldn't eat by mouth. He had a lot of symptoms that he dealt with. He had very unstable blood pressure. He had poor gait as well. He could only walk short distances, and he needed a lot of medical attention. And he was with me for 22 years of my life, and he's been gone since 2020, and I really wanted to try to do something to honor him. So that's why we've been raising money, and our next milestone that we're trying to hit is $5,000. As you can see right here, if we get to $5,000, Mitchell really loves SpongeBob, so we're going to be doing SpongeBob impersonations for an hour. We did Disney trivia during our 48-hour stream when we got to $1,000. We also did a Batman voice. Mitchell really loved Batman, and we got to call a walk-off yesterday in a Batman voice, which was so cool. The timing of that was great, but this is why we're doing it. We're doing it to honor him and to continue to raise awareness for what familial dysautonomia is. We're going to the bottom of the ninth. 1 ball, no strikes. Brad Keller is still pitching, and the 1-0 pitch is outside for ball 2. Please make sure that you like. Please make sure that you subscribe. No ads, nothing like that, even throughout the rest of this weekend. The fundraising itself ends on Sunday night. So please, please, please spread the word, spread the love, as the 2-0 pitch is taken a little bit down for ball 3, but Marchand's going to challenge this. And we'll see if he is right or if he is wrong. Right now it's a 3-0 count, and that is still a ball. It is 3-0. The 3-0 pitch, and that misses inside for ball 4. Javier Sanoja gets on, and the tying run is going to come on up to the plate. BW, once again, thank you so much for the redirect. I really, really appreciate that. We have 357 people in the chat. 214 of you have hit the thumbs up button, which means that 141 of you have not hit the thumbs up button yet. So please make sure that you guys do that. We've been doing so much content over the last couple of months, and we were just on here for 48 hours, and we ended that stream today. So that was a lot. That was a lot, but it was all for a great cause. We did over 1,085 jumping jacks. We did 520 squats, and that was a lot of fun. And I would do it again, and I would do it again just for this. I would. The pitch is down for a ball. So 5 pitches thrown by Keller, and they've all been balls. And Caleb Cotham's now going to go have a conversation with Brad as well, just to try to calm him down. Let's go. One ball and no strikes, and that's to Jacob Marcy. Phillies did have a 6-1 lead going on into the bottom of the 8th inning, and the Marlins put up 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th, and now the tying run up here in the bottom of the 9th with nobody out. Marcy is up and the pitch, and that is called a strike. Hit the upper tier of the zone. The 1-1 pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. We've gotten to $2,486 over on YouTube. Awesome. The 2-1 pitch, and that is outside and taken for ball 3. $2,486 raised for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation over on YouTube. That is what's up. 3 balls, 1 strike, and that's to Jacob Marcy. The 3-1 pitch, and that's in there for a strike. The toss back on over to first, and that is not in time. The count is 3-2. Was not, I mean, they throw it over to first. Harper wasn't even at the bag. Keep it going, guys. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 10 seconds left on the pitch clock. Keller gets set above the belt, but time is going to be called. Tomorrow we got a doubleheader. We got the Phillies game, and then we got the Sixers game. Flyers are also on tomorrow night, too. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The payoff pitch on the way. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Marcy can't believe it, but there's out number 1. Marcy is chirping over at the third base umpire. He could not believe it, and he's told to go sit down. That was pretty close. That was a close one. I'd hate to be the judge of that. Stowers comes up, and he takes the pitch that's up high and outside for a ball. One ball and no strikes. The pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. Keep hitting that thumbs up button. We are 144 subscribers away from getting to 10,000 subscribers. The 2-0 pitch, and it's a foul ball. If you guys love baseball, if you love the Phillies, if you love the Sixers, if you love the Eagles, or if you're just a baseball fan, period, I'm on pretty much every single day, covering baseball games, covering the Phillies. I try to do whatever I can. I love putting in the work, and obviously we have an awesome family on here, and we want to continue to grow that. That's really important to me, to create more of a community. The 2-1, and that's outside for ball 3. The Marlins have left 7 men on base. They are 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position. The 3-1 on the outside edge for strike 2. If you did subscribe to the channel, comment who you are down below. I don't always get the notifications. The payoff pitch fouled away. Keller kicks, fires, strike 3 called, got him looking. 1 more out to go. That was on the outside corner. Clayton McAuliffe is out there, and he is chirping at the home plate umpire. Ooh. Starting to get a little bit hot. That was a strike, though, according to pitch tracks. That could not have been thrown any better from Brad Keller. McAuliffe is still in the umpire's ear. Oh, my gosh. Still talking to him. And he just got tossed. Goodbye to Clayton McAuliffe. He just got tossed for the Marlins, and he is gone. McAuliffe, the manager for the Marlins, just got tossed by the home plate umpire of this game. And so, just like that, their bench coach is now going to step on in and be managing probably what could be, or what is the potential final out of this game. Mark Wagner just tossed McAuliffe. Looking at the replay here. That's a strike. Pitch track said that it was a strike. It was a good pitch. Wow. He just got ejected. And so 2 away. Stowers also got thrown out as well. I didn't even see Stowers got tossed first, and that's why McAuliffe went on out there. So he was trying to back his guy up. Now that makes sense. 1 ball, no strikes. Of course, Jaquan, I got you. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss at 96 miles per hour. This is what we do. Not just for the Phillies, but we do it for other baseball games as well. We mainly cover the Phillies, though. Keller gets set and fires. And that's going to be lined out over to right center. That'll get down for a base hit. And Garcia is going to throw it over to second. Sanoja's going to cross home plate. It's a 6-5 game on an RBI single the opposite way. And that was Otto Lopez, who got on base for the third time in this game. 42 more subs. Let's go. Keep it coming. Keep it clean in the chat. The pitch. And that is outside for a ball. Xavier Edwards in the box. 1 for 4 with an RBI double. 1 more out to go. The 1-0 pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. Keller kicks, fires, and that is called a strike. That was, according to the home plate umpire, on the outside edge. Mark Wagner. 2-1 pitch, and that's also called strike 2. He's been calling that pitch a strike. It's close, but Marlins are down to their final strike regardless. They are out of challenges. Both teams are out of ABS challenges. Some of those pitches were close. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Keller kicks, fires, and that's going to bounce in the dirt and get away from Marchand. And now the tying run is at second. Otto Lopez is now in scoring position. And the count is 3-2 to Xavier Edwards. Duran's on the IL. That's why he's not closing. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Keller trying to get out of this nightmare situation. The 3-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out over to center field. Crawford backpedals. He's there. He'll make the catch. And the Phillies, it wasn't easy, but they hang on and win by a final score of 6-5. Ring the bell. Philadelphia Phillies have won 4 in a row under Don Mattingly. It's their 13th win of the season. And they are now 6 games under 500. My favorite comment of the night, time to blow it. It got dicey. It got dicey. They did not blow the game, though, and they got themselves the W. Okay, a lot to talk about this one. By the way, shout out to you, Hoagie. It's all love, my friend. It really is. It's all love. It really is. Okay, so there's good things that I take out of this game, and there's things that obviously have to be cleaned up, okay? My voice is still not, fully recovered from the 48 hours that we've done, so that's why I'm not as loud as I usually am. But I did want to say a couple things first and foremost before you guys do leave if you are going to sign off. Okay, please, once again, thank you so much for everybody that has donated, for everybody that has continued to spread the word. You guys have done an awesome job. Please spread the word and continue to make sure that people know what we are doing throughout the rest of this weekend. The fundraiser itself ends on Sunday. But yes, I really appreciate every one of you who has contributed in any way, from showing up, from being on here, and from spreading the word and donating. You guys have made really huge contributions to this, and I am just really proud of each and every one of you because you guys really deserve a lot of credit. Let's talk about this game. So actually, before we even go on into a break, I do want to hear what the letter grades are for this game today. I'm sure that they're going to be a little bit all over the place. But I am curious to hear what you guys have to say about that. And also let me know who your MVP is. MVPs for today. C's. Okay. So we got a C from John. Okay. A C minus from David. Okay. A C minus. What else? What else do we got? Keep firing those letter grades. I am going to give them a B minus for this game. I'm going to be a little bit nice, and I'm going to give them a B minus. Okay. I feel like today the Philadelphia Phillies had a really good start from Zach Wheeler. I thought that Zach Wheeler looked really good. He got into some trouble in the first inning. Yes, he did. But he settled on down. He did what he had to do. He's my MVP for today. You could probably have gone with Bryson Stott, and that obviously would have made sense as well. But my MVP is Zach Wheeler. If I were to give my top 3 players, it would be Zach Wheeler, it would be Bryson Stott, and it would probably be Justin Crawford or Alec Bohm. It could have been either of those guys. You could have also went with Edmundo Sosa too, but I'm gonna go with Justin Crawford. But I thought the Phillies overall offensively had themselves a very good game today. They did what they had to do. I know that the bats were a little bit quiet at first. I didn't like how in the third inning it was, Rafael Marchand on a 3-2 pitch, grounded out with the bases loaded, and he got jammed on a pitch. That was not good. And I hope that he can clean that up. In that situation, the pitch was inside, and he made a bad guess there. He did. But overall, the only reason why I give them a B minus rather than just a B plus was because the bullpen tonight really was bad. Jonathan Bolin and Brad Keller did not pitch well at all for the Phillies, but they had some really good clutch hitting. So Bolin didn't pitch well. Orion actually I thought pitched really good out there. He was throwing strikes, and that's what you want from Orion. But Bolin, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. And Alvarado went a third of an inning, allowed 2 hits, 1 strikeout. Alvarado got a little bit dicey too, but then he ended up getting the strikeout that he needed to get that final out. So the bullpen, to me, hasn't really been much of a problem this year. If this was the offense that struggled and that almost blew this game, I would probably give them more of like a C/C minus. But because the offense actually did really well, that's why I give them a B minus, because the offense did its job. The bullpen did not do its job, and I just, based off of context, I give the bullpen a little bit of grace. I don't know if that makes sense. Obviously, the guys have to be better. Bolin, Alvarado, and Keller do have to be better. I agree, for sure. And Keller did actually get out of it, even though he gave up a run. But I think what I'm trying to say is that I don't foresee this being a problem down the line. If it is, then that's terrible. But usually the bad thing that's been going on this year, the most consistent thing has been the offense. The offense has been super stale. The offense has not been able to find a groove. But over these last 4 games, they have. And I have been very happy with how the offense has looked. Adolis Garcia, I think, has been really good for the Phillies this year. I expected Garcia to be like a 220 hitter and a guy that wasn't really going to get a lot of home runs, and he's exceeded my expectations so far. He's hitting 243. He has 3 homers, 11 RBI. He's better than Nick Castellanos. He's gotten a hit in, 8 of his last 9 games? That's really good compared to what Nick Castellanos was giving you. So I am happy with him, and same thing with Matt Kepler. People thought that this was going to be another Max Kepler signing, but I think he's better than Max Kepler too. I just do. But that's all that I got to say. I am going to take a quick step off, and then we're going to be doing, of course, our post-game show. I would like to hear what you guys have to say, so please make sure that you guys stay on for that. I think that that's a really important thing, and we will be taking phone calls as well. 610-314-0844. We'll talk more about this game, and we'll break more stuff down. But overall, a win is a win, and they got the job done. And it's now 4 in a row. 4-0 under the Mattingly regime. Good stuff. See you really, really soon. Don't go anywhere.
graduated from Rowan University in the spring of 2022 with a sports communication and media degree. I got to actually call minor league baseball and G League basketball games while I was in school. And then I graduated, and as soon as I graduated, I went to NFL Films in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And as much as I loved that experience, I miss putting on the headsets. I decided, you know what, talk is cheap. I have a laptop that's in my house, and so 21 months later, here we are, still on YouTube, calling games and building an incredible, loving community on here with the people that I call my Philly freaks with a capital P and a capital H. We go live for every single Phillies, Sixers, and Eagles game, and we do it like old school radio play-by-play style. I'm Jason Joseph, and this is Play-by-Play with JJ.
I showed a swung on, barreled out to right field. Bye-bye baseball.
That baby is long gone.
What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well and having yourselves a very fantastic day. Welcome on into the Phillies postgame show here on Play-by-Play with JJ. The Philadelphia Phillies, hang on. They were up 6-1 going on into the bottom of the 8th inning against the Marlins, and the Marlins scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th, and then they put up a run in the bottom of the 9th, and the Phillies were able to hang on and escape with the victory, and they won 6-5. Zach Wheeler gets his first win of the season. Good to see him in the win column and go 1-0. We'll get to Zach Wheeler's performance in just a couple of seconds. Yuri Perez is now 2-3, and Brad Keller gets his first save of the season. When I think about this game, this is a typical classic Phillies Marlins game where the Marlins are pesty, the Marlins are just scrappy, they make it interesting, and a lot of times when the Phillies were playing against the Marlins in the 2010s and even in the early 2020s, the Marlins would win this type of a game. They just would. They always just had the Phillies number, and they would upset them on just some bizarre plays or just guys that, you just wouldn't expect to hit the ball well. They just do against the Philadelphia Phillies. And this sort of gave me those types of vibes when I was watching this game tonight, especially later on, of course, in the game. But the bottom line is that you'll take it. It's a win is a win. I don't really have much stock that I take out of this game. The thing that I will say is that I don't think that Kyle Schwarber had a bad day. He struck out all 5 times. He just did not have a good day at all. He went 4 for 4 yesterday. He had a great day overall with 2 homers, 1 in each game, and then he provided a lot of stuff in that second game. But he just had a bad day today. Sometimes that just happens. But the offense did show up. The offense attacked in that 7th inning. Bryson Stott had a nice swing. He just crushes the Marlins for whatever it is. This guy just loves playing out in Miami, and he just does very well against the Marlins, and he contributed to a win. I was happy that the bottom of the order did a really good job, and I really love what Don Mattingly did with the lineup tonight. Don Mattingly sat Trey Turner. I think if this was a Rob Thompson game, Trey Turner would have played. Let me know if you agree with that down below. Tell me specifically if you agree that Trey Turner would have played tonight. I didn't see Trey Turner being injured, so now I could be wrong about that, but when I was looking over at ESPN, they didn't say that he was day-to-day, but that could have been wrong. But if this was just a game where Trey Turner was just being sat, I don't feel like that Rob Thompson would have done that. Edmundo Sosa played pretty well. He went 2 for 4. Bryson Stott went 1 for 3 with 2 runs scored, and your bottom of the lineup carries you tonight and helped you win this game. There have been times this year where the big dogs have not been able to step up, and the bottom of the order just has not been able to do anything. So I was just really happy that the bottom of the order provided offense. And they did really good at the plate. They did. They had some very good at-bats. They made some really good contacts with the baseball, and they took advantage of mistakes that were thrown by Yuri Perez. We've been asking them all season long, can they take advantage of bad pitching? And they did. They did enough, and the bottom of the lineup looked really good out there. So I have to give them credit where credit is due. It's now 4 games in a row, and the offense has responded. When they were on that losing streak, last night you think about the Giants game, the Phillies don't come back and win that game. They don't. So I just have to say that the offense has just statistically and eye test-wise has played better. Is it where we want it to be? Absolutely not. Are there things that need to be improved upon? Absolutely yes. But it doesn't matter who they face. They took care of business. And that's what matters. You got to rack up these wins. There were games that were earlier this year that they should have won that they ended up losing. And they didn't let this one slip away. They didn't do that. Let's talk about Zach Wheeler. Zach did not get off to a good start. After he got the first 2 batters out, he gives up a hard hit ground rule, what ends up being ruled as a ground rule double or overturned to a ground rule double. He ends up allowing that, and then he gives up an RBI double to Xavier Edwards. But after that, he settled down, and he looked like Zach Wheeler that we've been used to watching. He was dominating that zone. He was getting pitches on the corners, and he was really throwing some nasty, nasty breaking balls. And it was just really nice to see Zach Wheeler go out there and dominate on the mound. I thought that maybe he would go 6 innings tonight. I said that I wanted him to go 6 innings, and I wanted to see if he could just be able to throw strikes, get ahead into counts, and mix in the all-speed stuff. I think that in this first game back when he was playing against the Braves out in Atlanta, Rob at the time wanted to get him comfortable pitching, so he threw 84 pitches. He wasn't going to go out there and throw 6. That's his first outing back. He got it out of the way, and tonight I thought that he pitched better than he did in his first outing, so he took steps in the right direction. And this was a good outing from Zach Wheeler. Positive signs here. You want to see your ace, your number 1 pitcher, go out there and just look like an absolute menace on the mound. And I thought that he looked more like himself. And we were afraid about that. We asked ourselves heading on into the season, which version of Zach Wheeler are we going to get? And I know it's only a 2-game sample size, but this is a lot better than what I expected. It is. It's going good so far. We'll see what happens in his 3rd outing, but tonight, he was good. You also have to remember, too, guess who's catching? It's not JT, it's Rafael Marchand. Different catcher, different person that calls the game. I did not think that Marchand in the 8th and in the 9th inning, I don't think he called a good game, to be quite honest with you. JT really makes a difference behind the plate, and I just have to say that I wonder if maybe it's not as close if JT is out there. We don't know. We can't. We can assume yes, but I just wasn't happy with how Marchand was managing the game in the 9th inning, and even in the 8th inning. There were a couple of pitches that he wanted that were down, and I thought that there was some miscommunication on some pitches, and there were some pitches that I'm sure that he would like to have back. So that's just my analysis from what I saw tonight. But the bullpen, getting back to my original point, talking about the Phillies bullpen tonight, they laid an egg. The Phillies bullpen laid an egg, and they did get the outs when they had to. but they have to be better. Not trying to make excuses for this team, but losing Zach Pop and also losing Yohan Duran does change things. So you don't have your closer. Brad Keller comes on in, and now he's your closer, so you're a little bit more thin. And you can't just go to Alvarado for the 7th, Keller for the 8th, and Duran for the 9th. Brad Keller, to me, is not a closer. He's a setup man. Duran is the closer of this team. He's the best pitcher that they have out there, and he is electric. He is. So missing him is a loss, along with missing JT and missing Zach Pop 2 out of the pen. Long reliever, but guess what? Those pitchers do matter. I also feel like that yesterday, because of the doubleheader, not to make excuses, but the game did finish late, and I feel like that the bullpen was a little bit taxed yesterday as well. They had to go to a lot of arms. So pitchers are pitching off of, one day, or pitching one day right after a doubleheader yesterday that ended really late. Am I making excuses? I don't think I am, because I'm being real that that's not easy, especially with a thin bullpen like this. But they still have to be better. They have to look at themselves in the mirror, and they have to say, well, we have to do a better job. And that goes on Marchand too. It does. But a win is a win. Those are my 4 words. A win is a win. 5 words that I would say to describe that game. Something else that happened in this game that I would like to talk about. This is probably going to go unnoticed, and I think that that's okay. Edmundo Sosa playing over at shortstop, that to me feels like it's his natural position. I know that this guy can, play anywhere in the field, and if you put him anywhere, like he is that type of like a warrior. He's that type of guy that just wants to lay everything out there for his team. But shortstop to me feels more like the natural position for Edmundo Sosa. We saw a couple of years ago when Trey Turner got hurt and Trey Turner was off to a really good start. Edmundo Sosa was playing over at shortstop, and he looked like he was playing at an all-star level, hitting-wise and even defensively. I will continue to say that I want to see him get more and more at-bats. I just do. Even if he has to play over at third base, defensively, I think he's better than Alec Bohm. I know that Bohm made a nice diving catch yesterday, but we're talking about overall. I just think that Edmundo Sosa, from what he has shown me lately, has been the better overall player. Now, Bohm did have a sacrifice fly offensively yesterday, and today he ended up getting on with a base hit, and I believe he also did have an RBI too, right? He did. He had an RBI single. But I still don't trust him. I feel like Edmundo Sosa is getting disrespected. I really do. And I'm sure that other people have been saying that for years. I know certain people that come into my chat and they agree with that. But if you disagree with that, please let me know down below. Is Edmundo Sosa to you an everyday player? And if so, what do you think his natural position is? Because I think that his natural position is shortstop. It was really bad to see Brandon Marsh leave the game. I'm hoping that he's okay. I'm sure that we'll hear more from Don Mattingly about that. And I will make sure that I keep you updated if I do hear anything about Brandon Marsh. Right now, as I check Twitter, I don't see anything. But can we talk about that Bryson Stott swing? Bryson needed that. That pitch was actually out over towards the middle of the plate. And he got a good extension there. And he was just able to get it on out of there. Good to see him hit that. The Phillies needed that. He needed that. Maybe that could help him continue to swing more of a hot bat. It was a bad pitch, and he took advantage of it. So I thought that was really good. I will take calls soon. But there's a couple of things I also wanted to make sure that I brought up as well, and I will also read the chat as well, too. Biba, thank you so much for the sub. The other thing I wanted to say as well about this game, I wanted to talk about Justin Crawford. Justin Crawford had a play before in the first inning where the ball, it was a fly ball out over to center field. The ball ended up hitting the wall, and then it hit his glove, and then it ended up going over the wall. Justin Crawford is going to make mistakes out in center field. That's just naturally going to happen. He's been a very good defensive center fielder, but he made a mistake there. Made a mistake by not hanging on to that baseball, and that's, again, like, that's a tough play. I understand. But I feel like that he can make those types of plays, and that's something that obviously he misjudged there. But that's something that I feel like he's going to continue to get better at. He's a lot better than Johan Rojas out in center field, and we thought that Rojas' defense was electric to start off his career. And it was, and he actually had some really good defensive plays. I will never forget the Ronald Acuna Jr. bases loaded diving catch that he made in the playoffs when the Phillies played against the Braves in the NLDS. And that line drive, I'm sure that Braves fans still have nightmares about that to this day because that was awesome. But I really like what Justin Crawford has been able to provide defensively out in center field. It's night and day the difference of the defense that he was playing compared to, or that he is playing compared to Johan Rojas in 2025 and at the end of 2024 as well. So I just want to make sure that I stated that. But he made a play today that I think that he would like to have back, and it was a little mistake, but I've been very happy with what he's been able to do. This guy's bunting the ball very well. He's playing small ball. He's making really good contact with the baseball, and he's not even just hitting it on the ground. He's getting some elevation on the baseball, too. And he's just a really good contact hitter. Sometime this year, he's going to move up to the leadoff spot. He has to. He has to move up to the leadoff spot sometime. I wanted him batting leadoff to start off the season, personally. A lot of people disagreed with me. Some people did agree with me on that, but I will stand by that. He got off to a really good start, and this guy, as a rookie, has been really good. Like, overall, he's been one of their best hitters as a Philadelphia Phillies player, and that makes me very, very happy to admit. I don't know if you noticed this either, but the Phillies have actually been playing small ball. The offense has been doing a really good job swiping bags and not just relying on the home run ball during this stretch of games. They're making really good contact, and they're making teams pay like the Giants and like the Marlins with their base running. So that also, I thought, continued tonight, and they did a really good job running the bases. Was there one little mistake that I saw from Edmundo Sosa where he almost overran second? Yes, but Edmundo Sosa was wise, got his hand right, or ended up avoiding the tag by getting his left hand over towards the left side of the bag and leaning towards that side, and he avoided a swipe there. So I feel like that their base running has been a lot better as of lately during this winning streak, and they're not just heavily relying on the deep fly ball, which is a good thing. And I like how they set up the table there for Bryson Stott to hit that home run. The Phillies offense tonight, I thought, did a good job at fighting off pitches and just extending at-bats when they were ready to provide a counterpunch. I wasn't seeing that a week ago. I wasn't seeing that when Rob Thompson was here and the Phillies were on that losing streak when they were playing all those games against the Cubs and the Braves. I wasn't seeing that. I'm seeing that now more under Don Mattingly. The chase rate still has to cut down. Kyle Schwarber chased a lot today for whatever it was. It's gone down, though, a little bit more ever since they've been on this winning streak. But that could still be improved upon. We knew that they weren't that bad when they were on that losing streak. Now, are they playing great baseball? No. They're not playing great baseball. They're playing better baseball. And the offense is doing more, which is good, which is a step in the right direction. But they can only play who's in front of them. And if they can take another game tomorrow, and if they can find a way to sweep the Marlins on Sunday and be able to still put up 4 to 5 runs, okay. That makes me happy that they're taking care of business against teams that they should, coming on into the season, that we thought that they should be able to beat. So that would definitely make me feel better. My last point that I want to say before I open it up to you guys and we open up the phones. I was high on Rafael Marchand, and I am happy that the Phillies brought back JT. Was it annoying to watch JT ground into all those double plays last year? You bet. But let's talk about this. First and foremost, look at what Ranger Suarez has already done this year for Boston. Look at his numbers. Look at how he's been pitching. He has just not looked good. And I'm telling you that JT, the truth is that JT really does help out his pitchers. JT is really good at figuring out his pitchers' strengths and weaknesses, and he just is still one of the best, if not the best, at calling games. He's also so good with the ABS challenge system. He is. He has a great eye. He knows which pitches are balls and strikes, and it's rare that he gets a call wrong. So the fact that he can do that, and I'm watching Rafael Marchand just losing these challenges on these ABS challenges that the Phillies have, I can see that the Phillies do miss JT, just not only even from that perspective, but also from the perspective of the relationship that he has with his pitchers and with the way that he calls the game when he is figuring out which pitches to throw and how to control the pace of the game as well. He's really good at that. Offensively, he's also better than Rafael Marchand, and he's better than Garrett Stubbs too. He hasn't been the best at the plate. Not like what he used to be when he was first here for the Phillies and even when he was on the Marlins. He's not giving you that type of offensive production, but he's giving you better stuff than what Rafael Marchand is giving you. And the point of my whole spiel is I have to eat crow, and I have to say that I was wrong that the Phillies gave JT that contract. Because I think that he deserves the contract. And it's a lot of money, I hear you, to pay for a catcher. But I feel like that there's only a certain amount of catchers that you can do that for. And JT doesn't get the credit that he deserves. Now, my opinion about this could obviously change. But he's been really solid this year. And I feel like that another thing about it, too, is when I'm watching Jesus Luzardo pitch without JT there, I know that he pitched well in his last game, but there were some pitches that were not placed in the good spot because Rafael Marchand didn't put them in the right spot and didn't call for them to be in the right positions. So, like, for example, there was an at-bat a week ago where there was a pitch that was supposed to go. It was supposed to go down the middle. They wanted him to throw a fastball there, down the middle. And I thought that in that situation, it was against one of the Giants batters. I forget who it was. But I thought that that was insane that he called that pitch. And it ended up backfiring for them. And that's pretty much what happened that day, that whole entire night. Am I trying to just talk bad about Rafael Marchand? It sounds that way. But this is really just to praise JT and just say that I'm really happy that he's back. Yes, would we have liked to get Bo Bichette? Yes. But JT is really valuable. He just is. And I'm very happy for him. I'm happy that he's back here. 610-314-0844 is the phone number. I want to hear from you guys. I would like to know what you guys think about this game. How much stock do you put on into this? I don't really put a lot of stock into it, but my positives today are Zach Wheeler. My positives today are the bottom of the lineup. I would put Edmundo Sosa as a positive. Alec Bohm, good game from him. Stott, really good game from him. And Crawford, he played well. The top dogs still have to be better. Harper didn't have a bad game. He got on base twice, but it wasn't like a wow type of a game from Bryce Harper. And that's okay, as long as you still find a way to win. But let me know what you guys think down below, and we will be taking some phone calls. I also want to make sure that I read some tweets as well as we go to our live stream page. We are now 39 subscribers away from getting to the 9,900 marker. Here's what Don Mattingly did actually have to say about Brandon Marsh. I did want to actually play that for you guys, so hold up 1 second. Let me make sure that I have this on and get the Roadcaster up and running. This is what he had to say. All right. Oops.
How did Marsh come out of things? We think okay.
Where is it? It says that it's connected. Sorry about that, chat. That's really odd. It says that it's connected to the Roadcaster. That's really odd to me. Usually I don't have a difficulty with that. But it is what it is.
No fractures, so it's just a matter of how it's going to feel tomorrow. We'll see. Hopefully he's good.
Players win the face-off.
That's weird. All right. Well, once we actually find the quote, I will make sure that I find that. My bad for that technical difficulty. But anyhow, I will definitely make sure that I keep you up to date. I think that Don Mattingly's done a good job so far. I think it's a little bit too premature to actually talk about like his whole entire management here because it's only 4 games and it's a very, very small sample size, you know. But overall, like the lineup tonight, I thought it was a good shakeup. I thought that he tried something different. I actually also didn't think that he left his pitchers out there too long. I don't. I don't think that he left his bullpen pitchers out there too long, and I think that Zach Wheeler went a good amount. So I like the moves that he made. They're definitely moves that Rob would not have made. I think if Rob Thompson managed this game with the way that the Phillies have been playing, the Phillies would have lost this game. That's just the truth. That is the truth. This is what Nathan Ackerman said. If the Phillies meant to let Don Mattingly start off strong by giving him a soft early schedule, their thinking is looking pretty smart right now, especially because the play has been not excellent, but it wins. And I actually disagree with that. I think that the offense has been a lot better, and I feel like that the bats have actually been providing a lot more production than under what Rob has given them. We were complaining about the Phillies offense providing only, 4 innings of scoring in about 8-9 games? The bats were so cold, and it was just not a fun product to watch. They were giving you blah. They were giving you slop. They were giving you garbage. So when he says that, that they have not been playing excellent, I disagree with that because they are playing a lot better. They really are. So, I don't know. That's just where I stand. Quan, what's up, Quan? It's definitely encouraging to see that the offense is starting to score runs. It's a long season, chat. This is what we sign up for. We have lows, and we obviously ride the lows together, even when they are really bad times. And the Phillies were in a terrible, terrible slump. And then we get to the peaks and the valleys, and the team starts to get hot. Just remember to try to keep the same energy. And remember that it's 162 games. Phillies Tailgate just said that Kyle Schwarber tonight made history. He became the 13th Phillies player to strike out 5 times in a game. I actually didn't know that. The 13th Phillies player. I remember. Yeah, that's right. Castellanos did it last year. I do remember that. That was bad. But the offense has been playing a lot better. And that's the bottom line. JJ, the bullpen sucks. Have to let the starters go deeper. I'll take my chances with experienced guys that know how to pitch. Well, see, here's what I have to say about that, Morty. The bullpen is a lot better when Duran is out there because Duran is the 9th inning guy. When you had Matt Strahm pitching the 9th inning last year, Matt Strahm is not a 9th inning pitcher. Okay, they had a bullpen by committee last year, and that was not working out well. When you have your 9th inning guy, when you have a guy that can just close out games, everything else falls on into place. And Duran really does secure that bullpen. He does. So, because he's your closer, he's your designated closer when he is healthy, it makes everybody's job easier. So, my question to you is, do you think that losing Duran, do you think that adding Duran back helps or makes the bullpen better, or do you still think that the bullpen is still bad and they need more help? Because I do like Brad Keller in the bullpen. I know that Keller has been inconsistent this year, but in a setup role, it's a good spot for him. He's not a closer. He's not a 9th inning guy. If the Phillies were to play against the Dodgers or if they were to play against a top tier team, I would not trust Brad Keller out there. I just wouldn't if that was your ninth inning guy. But I have a lot more faith in Duran, and I just feel like that he makes everybody's job a lot easier when you just know that that guy's going to go out there for the ninth. I also remember Ricky Batalico, who does an awesome job, by the way. Ricky always said that when you have that ninth inning guy, everybody else can take a quick breath and they can just say, okay, this guy's coming on in. We know that this guy's really good. Our job became a lot easier, and that does relieve a lot of stress. And that's the truth. It is. Taking it from him, I feel like that is something that is absolutely true. I mean, taking it from a professional that was a Phillies closer, he has experience with that. But like I said again, I feel like that JT not being there doesn't help either. But I'm just wondering from your perspective, as I babble on here, do you think that they need more help? Or do you think that they're fine even when Duran comes back? Totally agree with you on Sosa. Yeah, night and day defense from watching Trey Turner compared to Edmundo Sosa. That guy is really just so good at playing that position. I'm watching him tonight, and I say to myself, he's making these little, soft little tosses over to second base, these little flings, if you will, like these little lob passes. I don't really know what the right word is, a shuffle pass. But he's making some really difficult plays that I don't even see Trey Turner make over at shortstop. And I just feel like that he's more naturally a shortstop. And I was happy that he played tonight because Trey Turner, with the amount of ground balls that were hit over in that direction, I don't see Trey Turner making those types of plays. I don't. I just don't. Trey Turner at shortstop has been really bad defensively. I don't care what anybody says. Look at all the errors that he's made this year and even 2 years ago. He just is not a good defensive shortstop. He doesn't have good arm strength. And when he makes really good plays, it's awesome. But on the easy ones, he fumbles it or the ball goes underneath his glove and he just can't make those stops. I trusted Edmundo Sosa defensively over at shortstop way more than I trust Trey Turner. I do. So, applying even slight pressure with base running and making the pitcher uncomfortable with bunting and running aggressively makes a huge difference. And I'm happy that you brought that up too. Because I do feel like the Philadelphia Phillies over their last 4 games have been playing more with getting into pitchers' heads, and they are making better reads on the bases as well. That does provide a lot more pressure on whoever is pitching out there. I don't care who it is. And when you can get into your opponent's head, when you're on the bases like that, you have a very good chance of seeing more mistakes as a hitter. And it's on you to capitalize. And I feel like that the Philadelphia Phillies, when I'm watching them hit and when I'm watching them on the bases more, they're trying to do that more than what they were doing before this winning streak, if that makes any sense. They're playing a much cleaner brand of baseball. Wait, Ruiz was really good with his pitchers. Absolutely. Chooch was really good at being able to figure out what his pitcher's strengths and weaknesses were. And he would take timeouts very thoroughly. Like he knew what to do in a lot of different situations. Okay. I'll put it to you this way. Okay. When you plan a party or when you plan a wedding, okay, you want to make sure that you know you want to make sure that everything is correct, and you want to make sure that you have somebody that can manage certain things under certain situations. And you're obviously going to go with that person because you want to make sure that everything goes as well as planned. So if you see a rating or if you meet somebody and you feel like that you can have their trust, you're going to go with that person compared to somebody else that you don't trust as much, you don't know personally, and you see them in situations and they just have not been able to, like they panic under pressure, or they just are not able to give you the product that you want. And you have a lack of trust there. You're going to go with the person that you trust more of. The person that you see, oh, well, this is really cool. I want to give you a shot at planning our party here because I feel like that you can do a really good job at that. And if they manage it really well, then you build trust with that person. I feel like when I'm watching JT out there, the bottom line is that I have a lot of trust with him because he just knows his pitcher's strengths and weaknesses, and he understands how to make everybody feel comfortable out there. And he studies the game. Like he studies the game, and he has a knack for just being on the same page with his pitchers. That's a hard job to do. That's so hard to do. And by the way, he's still gunning guys out over at second base when they're running on the bases. And he's still really good defensively as a fielder for a catcher. You don't really see him, when it comes to blocking, breaking pitches, not a lot of times do balls get by JT. That just doesn't happen much. You see that more, though, with Rafael Marchand. You see that more even with Garrett Stubbs. You do. And there's not many catchers that can do it at an elite level like JT does. JJ, I'm so glad that you said that. When I called in, we discussed, and I literally said that this team needs a cleanse, a new set of eyes, and that will help them succeed. Rob was not it, and so far, it's working. When people were telling me about, if Rob Thompson being fired was going to help them win, I said it can't hurt them. I saw when Joe Girardi was fired and when Rob Thompson became the person at the head of the helm, the Phillies played more loose. They rallied around Rob, and they loved playing for him, and they wanted to win for Rob. And Rob was pushing at the time. He was actually pushing a lot of really good buttons. And he was getting the best out of his players. He's a player's coach. But then the message became dry. And when you see the same lineup out there, you're watching the same mistakes being made from the players. Sometimes a change in the message can't hurt. Sometimes a shake in a business, it can't hurt. It can help. And so while I never necessarily thought that the manager in baseball was the number one difference maker, when I looked at the whole Rob Thompson situation when he came on in to manage for Joe Girardi, I was really shocked by how much the Phillies started to win, and I can't rule that out of the equation when I look at Don Mattingly. And Don does have coaching experience. He does have managerial experience. And he was, of course, manager of the Marlins and of the Dodgers, and he had some really good teams around him. So it could never hurt. It couldn't hurt. And so far, the Phillies have been taking care of business. They can only play who they can out in front of them. And they're winning games. Isn't that what you want at the end of the day? Don't you want them to win games? Sometimes you're going to win ugly. Sometimes you're going to let games slip away from you. Tonight was an ugly finish, but they got the job done. But yeah. Minus 44 run differential, still in firm control of first place, says AM. Hey, man, you know what? Just, at this point, 4 wins in a row is 4 wins in a row. You can't change what happened during, before that. You can only win the games out in front of you. And I'm just hoping that they can continue to do that. And we'll just have to wait and see. But now they are playing better baseball. It's still not perfect. But guess what? That's the nature of the beast, and they're starting to win games. And I can't say anything bad from the sample size that we've been given within the last 4 games. There's a lot of disappointing things that I'm still not happy about with the overall year. But if we're just looking at a small sample size of just 4 games, okay, they're winning. They're doing what they have to do. And they're getting W's in the win columns. Let's see how much longer this goes. Can they win tomorrow? Can they sweep them? I don't know. We'll see. Last one I'll read. The big question in sports is, how do you manage/coach millionaire prima donnas when things aren't going well? They still have to be held accountable. Not easy with the egos and the front office. Well, Trey Turner got benched tonight. Remember, Nick Castellanos played 162 games last year, and this guy, he played 162 games the year before, and then he got benched last year for the first time. But Rob, I'm telling you straight up, like, Rob in this game would not have benched Trey Turner. Trey Turner would have played. He would have played in this game. I fully believe that. And Trey Turner would have batted leadoff. But guess what? Mattingly shook things up and said, Trey, have the day off. Kyle will put you in the leadoff spot, and then we'll have Bryce bat behind you. But we're going to shake up this lineup a little bit. And I actually really liked when I was looking at the lineup to start off the game. I thought, okay, this is something a little bit different. I want to see how this looks, but I like that he's trying something. I like that he's trying something. I also thought that he didn't leave his pitchers out there too long. How many times have we seen Rob Thompson this year, and even just last year in the playoffs, leave his pitchers out there for far, far too long? Like 2 batters late. I feel like we saw that a lot, and I actually really was happy with how he managed the bullpen tonight. I thought that he went to Alvarado in an okay spot. Alvarado was a little bit shaky. I thought that Keller was the right decision to have him pitch in the 9th inning. Keller looked shaky. But he tried. He tried new things, and I was okay with that. Rob gets really stuck in his own ways. We'll see more about what Don Mattingly does as the season moves on and as we go on into the weekend and even during next week. But he wasn't afraid to bench Trey today. He wasn't afraid to put in Mundo Sosa and have him play over at shortstop. That was nice. He moved Crawford up in the lineup too. Had Marchand bat 9th. And Bohm has been down in the lineup, which I'm fine with. So, and Marshall's batting cleanup. Brandon Marsh is your best hitter right now, so I just have to continue to say that. He's your best hitter. So, all right, I love you all very, very much. That's going to wrap it up for me. All right, I hope that you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you all so much for tuning on in. We are going to continue to keep Mitchell in our thoughts throughout the rest of this weekend, and we are going to try to continue to raise more money for the Familial Dysautonomia Foundation. And I hope that you guys continue to spread the word and continue to donate as well throughout the weekend. I love you all very, very much. I'm going to go to bed early, and I'm going to get some sleep. We got a doubleheader tomorrow. And I will catch you all on the next one. I love you all so, so much. And I appreciate the heck out of you, too. Absolutely. Lila Tov, good night. Peace.